Hey, yeah. How does this stuff affect us? No matter what color you are.
Hello, that
Get her name. Sorry, yeah.
the trails of jet plane.
They about to cut me off. Shit. Boy. Okay. Let's try another one. Let's try this one.
You look
That
up
one
in the
gonna knock me
sky, you
out
see
too,
an airplane,
YouTube?
and there is a trail of white smoke following you.
Hey, y'all. What's up?
It's been years since we've seen this white smoke, but recently they have gotten very famous.
Maybe
And
I
there are
stay.
a lot of new conspiracy theory about it. And the most famous one is chemtrails. So what is this theory? The people that believe in this conspiracy say governments or huge private organizations are poisoning the people. They believe that they carry poisonous gas, and when they fly, they eject it from the back. There is not one conspiracy theory. There are different things about chemtrails. Some believe that with this gas, they're trying to clean up the atmosphere and get rid of the greenhouse gases. Some believe that the chemtrails cause infertility for men. Some people just believe that it will kill you. Some others believe that this gas causes mind control. And the most common belief on chemtrails is that it's used to control the weather, and they can change the weather however they please. The first time this took place was in the 1990s, when the United States Air Force was assigned a new job, and that was to see if they can control the weather. The conspiracy started then and there, but it didn't really take off, and nobody really cared about it. But after the 2008
Try not to get
Beijing
cut off, yeah.
Olympics, this theory took off. Have you guys ever heard about cloud seeding? If you've heard about it, you've probably seen it in the 2008 Olympics. And that's when the Chinese government didn't want the rain to happen in the event. They seeded the cloud outside of Beijing, just in case if it wanted to rain, it will rain outside of the event. Cloud seeding basically works like this. You send an airplane, they inject some material in the cloud, and it rains. Right now, this method is mostly used in the Persian Gulf states. Let's get back to the 2008 Olympics. After what the Chinese government did, this conspiracy theory took off like a rocket. And since the first day, different news networks and newspapers talked about it endlessly. The first conspiracy said that this is poisonous gas and it's going to hurt people. When stuff like this happens, people believe different conspiracy, and even if it's right or wrong, they still think about it and spread rumors. Some said, why didn't we see something like this 30 years ago? And the white smoke you see now is a new thing.
Okay, I'm gonna move from that to something else.
Febreze
So
Plus
they
is
cut
first
me
stay
off.
fresh for 50 days. And
Trying
available
to
in
get.
over
I just
30
got on.
fragrances.
Oil, often referred to as black gold, is one of the most valuable natural resources on Earth. It fuels transportation, powers industries, and serves as a key raw material in the production of countless everyday items, such as plastics, fertilizers, and synthetic fabrics. Despite its widespread use and economic importance, the process by which oil forms deep beneath the Earth's surface remains largely hidden from everyday view. Understanding how oil is formed requires a journey back in time millions of years into Earth's geological past where biology, chemistry, and physics intertwine in a slow but fascinating transformation. The story of oil formation begins in ancient oceans, lakes, and swamps that existed hundreds of millions of years ago. During these prehistoric times, microscopic organisms such as plankton, algae, and simple marine plants thrived in vast numbers. These organisms formed the base of aquatic ecosystems, converting sunlight into energy through photosynthesis and supporting a chain of life. When these organisms died, their remains sank to the bottom of the water bodies, accumulating layer upon layer over time. Ordinarily, organic matter decomposes quickly due to the action of bacteria and exposure to oxygen. However, in certain environments, particularly those with low oxygen levels, decomposition slows significantly. These oxygen-poor conditions, known as anoxic environments, are crucial for oil formation. In such settings, the remains of dead organisms are preserved rather than fully broken down. Over time, these preserved organic materials mix with sediments such as mud, sand, and silt, forming thick layers on the seafloor. As more sediment accumulates over thousands and millions of years, the buried organic matter becomes subjected to increasing pressure and temperature. The weight of overlying sediments compresses the layers beneath, while geothermal heat from the Earth's interior gradually warms them. This combination of heat and pressure initiates a series of chemical reactions that transform the original organic material into a substance known as Karagan. Is a waxy, insoluble organic compound that serves as an intermediate stage in the formation of oil and natural gas. It is found within sedimentary rocks, known as source rocks, typically shale or limestone, at TSDs. The material is not yet oil, but contains the building blocks necessary for its creation. The transformation from keratin to oil requires even more heat and time. As burial continues and temperatures rise to a range typically between 60 degrees Celsius and 120 degrees Celsius, keratin undergoes a process called thermal cracking. During this process, the complex organic molecules within keratin break down into simpler hydrocarbons. These hydrocarbons are the primary components of crude oil and natural gas. This temperature range is often referred to as the oil window, as it represents the conditions under which oil formation is most likely to occur. If temperatures continue to increase beyond this range, the hydrocarbons may break down further into lighter molecules, eventually forming natural gas instead of oil. Thus, the depth and temperature of burial play a critical role in determining whether a deposit will yield oil, gas, or a mixture of both. Once formed, oil does not remain in the same location as the source rock. Due to its lower density compared to surrounding water and rock, oil begins to migrate upward through porous and permeable rock layers. This movement is driven by buoyancy and pressure differences within the Earth's crust. The migration process can span significant distances, with oil traveling through microscopic pores and fractures in the rock. For oil to accumulate in significant quantities, it must become trapped in a geological structure that prevents further migration. These structures, known as traps, are essential for the formation of oil reservoirs. A typical oil trap consists of a porous reservoir rock, such as sandstone or limestone, overlain by an impermeable caprock, such as shale or salt. The caprock acts as a barrier, preventing the oil from escaping to the surface. There are several types of traps, including structural traps, stratigraphic traps, and combination traps. Structural traps are formed by geological deformations such as folds and faults, which create pockets where oil can accumulate. Anticlines, for example, are upward arching fault layers that often serve as effective traps. Stratigraphic traps, on the other hand, result from changes in rock type or depositional patterns that create barriers to fluid movement. Over time, as more oil migrates into these traps, reservoirs are formed. These reservoirs can contain vast quantities of oil, sometimes extending over large areas and depths. The oil within a reservoir is often accompanied by natural gas and water, forming a layered system where gas sits at the top, oil occupies the middle, and water lies at the bottom due to differences in density. The formation of oil is an extraordinarily slow process, typically taking millions of years. It depends on a precise combination of biological productivity, sedimentation, anoxic conditions, burial, heat, and geological structures. Because of this long time scale, oil is considered a non-renewable resource. The rate at which humans extract and consume oil far exceeds the rate at which it is naturally formed. Modern exploration for oil relies on advanced geological and geophysical techniques. Scientists study rock formations, analyze seismic data, and use drilling technologies to locate potential reservoirs. Despite technological advances, finding oil remains a complex and uncertain endeavor, as it requires identifying the right combination of source rocks, migration, pathways, and traps. In addition to conventional oil reservoirs, there are also unconventional sources of hydrocarbons, such as oil sands and shale oil. These resources require different extraction methods, including surface mining or hydraulic fracturing, to release the oil from tightly bound rock formations. While they expand the available supply of hydrocarbons, they also raise environmental and economic challenges. The environmental impact of oil formation itself is minimal, as it is a natural geological process. However, the extraction, transportation, and use of oil have significant environmental consequences. These include greenhouse gas emissions, oil spills, habitat disruption, and pollution. As a result, there is growing interest in alternative energy sources and more sustainable practices. Understanding how oil is formed provides valuable insight into Earth's history and the processes that shape our planet. It reveals the intricate connections between life, geology, and time, highlighting how ancient ecosystems have contributed to modern energy resources. This knowledge also underscores the importance of responsible resource management and the need to balance energy demands with environmental protection. In conclusion, the formation of oil is a complex and fascinating process that unfolds over vast timescales beneath the Earth's surface, from the accumulation of microscopic organisms in ancient waters to the transformation of organic matter under heat and pressure. Each step plays a crucial role in creating the hydrocarbons that power our world. Although hidden from view, this process has had a profound impact on human civilization, shaping economies, technologies, and lifestyles across the globe. As we continue to rely on oil while transitioning toward more sustainable energy systems, understanding its origins remains as important as ever. Ultimately, oil is not just a fuel. It is a story written in the rocks, a story of life, death, transformation, and time. By studying this story, we gain a deeper appreciation for the natural processes that sustain our modern world and the delicate balance.
For more than 150 years, scientists could not agree on how the Grand Canyon was actually carved. A dramatic aerial shot shows the full scale of the Grand Canyon from above, layered rock walls descending toward the Colorado River far below, stretching to the horizon in both directions. A new study just ended the debate, and the answer was hiding inside 10,000 grains of sand and the genetic code of fish that have lived in these waters for millions of years. Today, Where on Earth explains exactly how scientists finally traced the true origin of one of the most studied landscapes on Earth. Subscribe to Where on Earth and hit the bell. Now let us understand the debate that lasted a century and a half. The illustrated diagram shows three competing geological theories side by side: a catastrophic lake bursting its banks, a smaller stream eroding backward and capturing a larger river's flow, and slow gradual erosion working over millions of years. For generations, geologists proposed several competing explanations for how the Colorado River came to run through the Grand Canyon. One theory proposed a catastrophic lake spillover, an ancient lake filled to capacity, suddenly breaching its banks and carving a path southward in a dramatic flood event. A second theory proposed river piracy, a smaller river system eroding backward from the south, eventually intersecting and capturing the flow of a separate river system to the north. A third proposed simple headward erosion playing out gradually over an enormous span of time. Each theory had supporting evidence. None had been conclusively proven. Now let us understand the method that finally settled the question. A close-up macro photograph shows tiny glassy volcanic sand crystals under laboratory magnification, each grain catching the light distinctly. A study published in Nature Communications, led by Carl Karlstrom, Professor Emeritus at the University of New Mexico, took a genuinely original approach. The research team analyzed approximately 10,000 individual grains of a volcanic mineral called sanidine, collected from rock layers across the American Southwest. Within that enormous sample, they identified a specific, distinctive set of tracer grains. Using a precise radiometric dating technique, they determined these particular grains were between 60 and 40 million years old, and had originated from a source region far to the north. Because these tracer grains carried such a specific and recognizable age signature, the researchers could track them as they moved through the landscape over time, carried by ancient river systems, and deposited into successive rock formations further and further south. Now let us understand exactly what that tracking revealed. A map of the American Southwest shows 3 rock formations highlighted in sequence from north to south: the Browns Park Formation in Utah, the Bidahoji Formation in Arizona, and the Baus Formation near the Gulf of California, each labeled with its corresponding age range. The northern source tracer grains first appear in the Browns Park Formation of Utah, in layers dated between 25 and 8 million years old. They next appear, further south, in the upper Bidahoji Formation of Arizona, in layers dated to roughly 7 to 6 million years old. And finally, they appear at the southern end of the system, in the Baus Formation near the lower Colorado River and the Proto-Gulf of California, in layers dated to approximately 4.8 million years old. A single set of distinctive sand grains tracked moving steadily south over millions of years through 3 separate and successive rock formations. This alone was a powerful result. But the research team had a second, completely independent way to test it. Now let us understand how fish confirm the sand. A researcher in a laboratory examines preserved fish specimens alongside genetic sequencing equipment. They compare samples collected from different sections of the modern Colorado River system. Separate from the geological dating, the research team incorporated genetic data from fish species native to these river systems. Using molecular clock techniques, researchers estimated how long ago 2 populations diverged genetically. This method is based on the accumulated differences in their DNA. Researchers calculated when specific fish lineages within the Colorado River system split apart from one another. If separate river segments were truly isolated for long stretches of time, the fish populations in those segments should show matching genetic divergence. That is exactly what the data showed. The molecular clock estimates for fish lineage divergence closely match the timeline established independently by the sand grains. 2 completely different scientific methods reached the same conclusion. One method used the radiometric age of mineral crystals, and the other used the genetic history of living fish populations. Both converged on the same answer. Now let us understand what actually drove this process. An animated diagram shows the Colorado Plateau gradually tilting southwestward over millions of years. The Yellowstone Hotspot Track and Rocky Mountain Uplift are shown as the driving forces behind the tilt. The Gulf of California is shown subsiding at the opposite end. According to the study, this gradual connection of separate river segments was a direct response to deep tectonic forces. Volcanic activity associated with the Yellowstone Hotspot Track slowly tilted the entire Colorado Plateau toward the southwest. Ongoing deformation throughout the western Rocky Mountains contributed to the tilt. The Gulf of California was itself gradually subsiding over the same period. As this tilt progressed, water that had previously pooled or flowed only locally began to connect segment by segment. They connected into a single continuous river system running from the Rocky Mountains to the sea. At the same time, the study found localized mantle processes created temporary depositional basins along the way. These small mobile regions of dense material are sometimes called mantle drifts. Two of these basins, the Browns Park Basin and the Betahoche Basin, briefly trapped sediment and fish. Renewed uplift then allowed both basins to continue their journey downstream. One specific site examined in the study at Whitecone Peak on the Navajo Reservation preserved fish fossils. The same distinctive 60 to 40 million year old tracer grains were found alongside the fossils. These grains occurred in rock layers dated to between 7 and 6 million years old. This is physical proof of a temporary trapped basin exactly where the model predicted it. Now, let us understand why this evidence challenges the older theories. A side-by-side comparison shows the proposed ancient lake required by spillover theory rendered as a large body of water.
I have no idea
A
why the
question
sound
mark
going down.
represents the lack of supporting evidence the new study identified. The lake spillover theory has always required a substantial ancient lake to eventually overflow with artifact.
That's whoever take it.
The research team specifically searched for evidence supporting this required lake and found very little. Instead, thermochronologic data showed portions of the Grand Canyon had been partially carved before the modern river system existed.
I don't know why
This
the
detail suggests the canyon
sound went off. I see it. Sometimes it switches to American.
Smells like fresh produce. Delivered daily.
It's an Aldi thing.
With Purdue Global, education fits your life, however it looks. So being a mom and a student,
Welcome to today's episode of Places, People, Purpose. Today, we're continuing on our series of episodes that cover the Grand Canyon. Can't wait to share more about this amazing place with you, so let's jump in. I'd like to recommend again a wonderful and comprehensive resource that I relied on in writing these podcasts, and that is the book titled Grand Canyon, The Complete Guide by James Kaiser. It is just a great book on the canyon, and we would highly recommend it to anyone who is either going to visit the Grand Canyon or would just like to know more about this mesmerizing and special place. If you'd like to purchase a copy of this book, we have it on the Our Favorites page of our website, placespeoplepurpose.com. Today, we're going to explore some of the earliest inhabitants and visitors to the canyon. The Anasazi people occupied the Grand Canyon region from approximately 1500 BCE to 1250 CE. It is believed that they flourished in and around the Grand Canyon for over 2,000 years. Then, it appears that after this time, and during a time of prosperity, they abandoned their settlements and vanished from the Grand Canyon altogether. No one really knows why there was such a swift departure. Some believe that the Anasazi fell victim to a severe drought. Others blame a depletion of natural resources, and others believe that there was a great war between neighboring tribes. There isn't enough evidence from which to draw any solid conclusions at this time. What we do know is that many of the Anasazi moved south and merged with the Hopi and Zuni tribes. Within a few centuries, other tribes such as the Havasupai, Hualapai, Southern Paiute, and Navajo had also settled in the region of the Grand Canyon. The Hopi are descendants of the Anasazi, whom they call the Ancient Ones. The Grand Canyon is sacred to the Hopi, who believe that both people and animals are merged into the present universe from a mineral spring near the junction of the Colorado River and the Little Colorado River. Today, approximately 10,000 Hopi live among 3 mesas and 13 villages on their 1.5 million acre reservation located east of the Grand Canyon. The Navajo were one of the last tribes to settle in the Grand Canyon area after arriving from northwest Canada approximately 600 years ago. The Navajo believed that the Grand Canyon was formed when the humpback god stood in the center of the earth and dragged his cane across the ground. Like the Hopi, the Navajo consider the confluence of the Colorado and the Little Colorado to be sacred. After Spanish explorers introduced horses and sheep to the region in the 1600s, the Navajo became expert horseback riders and sheep herders. Today, there are more than 300,000 Navajo, most of whom live on the 27,000 square mile Navajo Reservation, which spans parts of Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah.
Hey, y'all.
The Havasupai have
Say
lived in the
chirp,
Grand Canyon for over 700 years. The name Havasupai refers to the beautiful turquoise pools and waterfalls in Havasu Canyon, which is the Grand Canyon's largest side canyon. Over 500 Havasupai live in the village of Supai, located 2,000 feet below the rim of Havasu Canyon. Hualapai, or Ponderosa pine people, historically occupied the large pine forest above the Grand Canyon's south rim. Although listed as 2 separate tribes, the Havasupai and Hualapai consider themselves to be members of the same Pai culture, which also includes the Yavapai of central Arizona. All 3 tribes speak human languages which were once spoken from Baja to Texas. Human is among the oldest language families in North America. Today, approximately 3,000 Havasupai and Hualapai people live near the Grand Canyon, many in the town of Peach Springs, Arizona. The Southern Paiute settled the region north of the Grand Canyon around 1300 CE. By moving according to the seasons through a variety of elevations, The southern Paiute enjoyed a wide variety of edible plants and wild game. The word Paiute comes from words meaning water people, a reference to their tendency to gather near springs and streams where water was plentiful. The tribe cultivated corn, beans, and squash. Today, approximately 2,500 members of the Southern Paiute tribe live in Arizona, Nevada, and Utah. Even though we know that the Spanish were attempting to colonize Mexico and what is now the southwest part of the United States, they had little interaction with the Grand Canyon. Garcia Lopez de Cardenas and his party became the first white men to view the Grand Canyon, but it took them time to fully appreciate the magnitude of what they had discovered. They were shocked to learn that rocks which appeared from the rim to be only a few feet high were actually taller than the 185-foot Tower of Sevilla in Spain. Now comprehending the Grand Canyon's true dimensions, Cardenas turned his men around. No further colonization attempts were made until 1598, when Juan de Ornate founded Santa Fe, New Mexico. A few decades after that, Spanish missions spread west towards Hopi towns. The Hopi resented the missionaries, who sometimes engaged in violent oppression. Several of the local tribes planned an attack, and what is known as the Pueblo Revolt drove out the Spaniards and allowed the native tribes to regain control of the territory. The victory was short-lived, though, as 12 years later, the Spanish army marched north to reconquer the same territory. While
Siglos de sobremesa, penetra, penetra.
Grit is staying in the game.
While battles raged east of the Grand Canyon, tribes in the remote western Grand Canyon remained relatively undisturbed. In 1776, a Franciscan missionary by the name of Francisco Tomas Garces attempted to blaze a trail between the Spanish missions in California and the missions along the Rio Grande. His journey led him up the Colorado River into the western Grand Canyon. Not long after the Garces' journey, another Spanish expedition by the name of the Escalante Party left New Mexico to find a northern route to the Pacific Ocean. By the time they reached the Sierra Nevada mountains, deep snows set in and they found the mountains to be impassable. Forced to abandon their mission, the Spaniards headed south and crossed the Colorado River near the northern tip of the Grand Canyon. Thus, the Escalante Party became the third and final Spanish expedition to visit the Grand Canyon. Even though the Spanish had relatively little contact with Native American tribes living near the Grand Canyon, their presence had a significant impact on native life. We have previously talked about the impact of Spanish colonization on indigenous peoples and the introduction of diseases such as smallpox, which had a devastating impact. But there were also positive impacts from the Spanish presence in North America, as they introduced horses, cattle, and sheep to North America, animals that quickly became vital to the cultures of many southwestern tribes. The Spanish also introduced new fruits, such as peaches, melons, and figs. Now let's turn to look at some of the earliest American explorers of the Grand Canyon. As we learned in prior episodes, Mexico won its independence from Spain in 1821. But much like Spain, Mexico also generally avoided the desolate region and the native tribes of the Grand Canyon remained relatively undisturbed. This changed following the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. In 1826, a trapping party led by Ewing Young became the first Americans to visit the Grand Canyon. Then, in 1868, a man named John Wesley Powell decided to organize an expedition to explore the Colorado River. He was an unlikely candidate to conquer the Colorado, as he was a one-armed college professor with virtually no whitewater experience. Nonetheless, he launched an expedition of 4 boats on May 24, 1869, with a stated objective to make collections in geology, natural history, antiquities, and ethnology. On June 4th, one of the boats entered a large rapid that hadn't been scouted, and the boat smashed against a rock and splintered into pieces. The men on board were able to swim to safety, but a third of the expedition's supplies were lost. By the time the expedition reached the official start of the Colorado River, supplies were running low. On August 4th, the expedition reached the start of the Grand Canyon, and Power was spellbound by the beautiful rock layers. On August 27th, the men camped above the worst rapid of the trip. Many in the group doubted they could run it and survive. 3 of the men abandoned the expedition and said they would climb out of the Grand Canyon. No one ever saw these 3 men alive again. Powell and his men entered the rapid. Soon the waves grew so large that they could no longer paddle and just had to hold on for dear life. Amazingly, 2 days later, Powell's expedition reached the end of its journey. Powell's death-defying expedition is virtually impossible to imagine today. His undersupplied, ragtag collection of mountain men conquered the wildest, most unpredictable river in North America. Today, their journey is often referred to as the last great expedition of the American West. That's all we have for today.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal. 2 delicious wake-up wraps.
Hello and welcome to Dining with Deb. This episode is on our playlist, Dining with the Deceased, where we talk about locations that are supposedly haunted. Today I'm coming to you from the north rim of the Grand Canyon, where there are plenty of legends about ghosts. I'm Stacey Lee. Let's begin. Although not officially counted as one of the 7 wonders of the world, this place definitely should be. This is the Grand Canyon, one of the most breathtaking places on Earth. Of all of the places I have been, there is nowhere that makes you feel quite as small as the Grand Canyon does. Every time I come here, I am reminded of just how tiny I am in the universe, of just how short my time on Earth is, and of just how vast our world is. I know I'm not alone in that because I sometimes talk to the other visitors, and yes, as you sit on what feels like the edge of the world and look out across this stunning canyon, you can't help but ponder your own existence and think about your life. The Grand Canyon is a mile-deep gorge in northern Arizona. This is some of the oldest exposed rock on Earth. The mile-high walls reveal a cross-section of the Earth's crust that is nearly 2 billion years old. The oldest rocks in the canyon are known as the Vishnu Basement Rocks and can be found near the bottom of the inner gorge. The Vishnu rocks formed about 1.7 billion years ago when magma hardened.
This region was once a volcanic ocean chain, but when the lava hardened eruption after eruption, it formed these rocks that eventually joined this region to the North American continent. Between 70 and 30 million years ago, through the action of plate tectonics, the whole region was uplifted, resulting in the high and relatively flat Colorado Plateau. Then between 5 and 6 million years ago, the Colorado River began to carve its way downward, cutting through the rock and forming the canyon. Further erosion caused by tributary streams led to the canyon's widening. Even today, the forces of nature are still at work, slowly deepening and widening the Grand Canyon. It is believed that prehistoric humans inhabited the area since the last ice age, when mammoths, giant sloths, and other large mammals still roamed North America. Archaeologists have discovered ruins and artifacts dating back nearly 12,000 years and have found large stone spear points providing evidence of early human occupation of this area. They have also discovered hundreds of split twig figurines made between 1000 and 2000 BC in the caves and in the canyon walls. There are figurines shaped like deer and bighorn sheep. Anthropologists believe that prehistoric hunters may have created and left the figurines in the caves as part of a ritual to ensure a successful hunt. Early Native Americans made this area their home for thousands of years. Ancestral Pueblo people, which were followed by Paiute, Navajo, Zuni, and Hopi tribes, all once inhabited the Grand Canyon. The Havasupai tribe now claims the Grand Canyon as its ancestral home, and according to that tribe's history, the Havasupai have lived in and around the Grand Canyon for more than 800 years. Most of their land was taken from them for use as public land when the Grand Canyon was first designated a reserve and then a national park. But in 1975, the Havasupai regained a large portion of their land from the federal government after influential journalists began posting about their plight. The first European explorers came here in the 1500s from Spain. They were led by Hopi guides who knew the canyon. After the Spanish were here in about 1540, 300 years passed before the canyon was again explored by Joseph Christmas Ives in 1858. Ives, along with geologist John Newberry, conducted the first geological study on the Grand Canyon. A decade later, John Wesley Powell began exploring the region and mapping it as well. His expedition produced more detailed maps of the Colorado River's route through the canyon. And if the name John Wesley Powell sounds familiar to you, it's because our famous man-made lake, Lake Powell, is named after him. The first pioneers began settling around the top rim of the Grand Canyon in the early 1880s. Most of them were prospectors looking to mine copper, but the settlers soon realized that tourism was much more profitable than mining. After President Benjamin Harrison first granted federal protection to the canyon in 1893, tourism really began to boom in this area. The closest major city at that time was Flagstaff, Arizona, and it served as a place to stay when visitors wanted to explore the south rim of the canyon. In 1903, President Teddy Roosevelt designated the Grand Canyon as a national monument, and then Woodrow Wilson changed its status to a national park after the National Park Service was created in 1919. When the Grand Canyon first opened in 1919, it received about 44,000 visitors a year. Today, around 5 million people from all over the world visit each year. The first people to come sightseeing were transcontinental travelers who would leave either Williams or Flagstaff and come to the canyon via stagecoach. The El Tovar Hotel opened in 1905 and catered to this new kind of Wild West tourist. The rooms were finely furnished and had steam heating. A greenhouse provided fresh vegetables and fruits, and the hotel had art and music studios, a billiards room, and other luxuries for the guests. At dinner time, the guests would get dressed up and watch Hopi dancers perform, shop in the curio shops, and ride the mules down into the canyon. After World War II, national parks tourism really took off. The parks here in the West were once visited mainly by Victorian-era Americans, but all of that has changed. The visitors to the parks now come from every corner of the globe. I am lucky enough to have this magnificent park very close to home. Although it takes almost 5 hours to get to the south rim of the canyon, the north rim is only about 2.5 hours away from where I live about half the time in St. George, Utah. After my grandfather retired as a school teacher and basketball referee, he took a little part-time job driving for color country tours. A few days a week, he would drive a small tour bus from Cedar City, Utah, to Bryce Canyon, to Zion National Park, and here to the Grand Canyon. And I was lucky enough to get to go with him many times. The days I was allowed to go on the trips to the parks were some of my best childhood memories. Grandpa would load me up on the bus with the tourists, and I would read a book or draw as I rode along, being the only child in the group. Grandpa and I would wander through the beautiful old lodge buildings in the parks, and he would always buy me a little token, maybe a little leather drawstring bag of polished rocks, a tiny treasure chest full of sand, and one time he even let me get a small knife. I have fantastic memories of the national parks, and I still enjoy visiting them to this day. This is the Grand Canyon Lodge, North Rim. You can stay here for around $200 a night minimum, but those prices can triple during peak season. These little cabins surround the lodge, and this is where the visitors stay. The lodge itself has a large dining room and full restaurant. Isn't this room breathtaking? The high ceilings and the exposed beams are beautiful, and can we talk about this view? Normally the kitchen would be operating, but because of COVID, things were only partially opened, and the restaurant was only serving guests for dinner. But I was still happy to walk around in this gorgeous and massive dining hall and take in the view. Just look at this. Of all the places on earth, I find it hard to imagine that any restaurant has a better view than this. It's just spectacular. The lodge has a small area for guests to check in, and then off to the side there is a huge common area where guests can sit and take in the view, have a drink, get a snack, and just soak in the magnificent sights that they came here for. There is a little gift shop and a deli that we are going to eat at later on in the episode. The gift shop is cute and has all the touristy things you would imagine to be found here. I collect turquoise jewelry, but I am a strong believer that it should only be bought from a Native American tribe. It is their traditional art, and they are the best at it. No one does jewelry like the tribes here in Utah and Arizona do, and although you can buy it here in the park, I prefer to purchase it from the little pop-up stands outside of the park. That way I know for sure that I'm purchasing it from the right people who make it, and that the money is going directly to the artists and craftspeople that it should go to. So that's just a little tip if you visit, look for these little stands along the side of the road. As beautiful as the parks are, these places are no stranger to tragedy and dark days.
Donate plasma today and receive up to $800 your first month. CSL Plasma. Do the amazing.
Oh, we're gonna be neighbors. Yeah, that's from my LLC. What's with all the hands?
Los Angeles, 1981. I remember it so clearly.
There are far too many stories of death and accident and missing persons to go into on this episode, but the statistics I found said the Grand Canyon averages 12 deaths a year. The most common causes of death are from airplane crashes, falls, overheating, and drowning. This is not a place you want to come to unprepared if you are planning on spending any time in the actual canyon. It can be extremely dangerous here, and it's important to know what you're doing and what you're getting into if you plan on going down into the canyon at all. On top of the deaths that occur by accident in the park, I learned by speaking with the bartender that has been here for over 20 years that employee suicide is very common as well. For some reason, it is very normal and usual that people looking to end their lives come to the Grand Canyon. The bartender told me they always have one employee a year, and some years it happens multiple times. There are also visitors that come to the park with the sole purpose of ending their lives. Every year there are people who choose to spend their last moments of life here, on the edge of this rim overlooking the spectacular beauty of nature. It is no wonder that many people believe the Grand Canyon to be one of the most haunted places on Earth. Think of all the people who have died here over the thousands of years that this land has been inhabited. Think of the native burial sites and the drawings, the rituals, and the importance of this place to ancestral peoples. Even some of the most skeptical people I know have admitted to me that if any place on Earth could be haunted, it would be the Grand Canyon. When I was little, my grandfather told me a story about a shadow figure who is often seen standing high on the rocks of the canyon. Some people believe that if you see him, someone you know is about to die. Some people believe that if you see him, he follows you throughout your life, but only if you look at him. There are warnings going back hundreds of years about the shadow people of the Grand Canyon, how they are harbingers or omens of some kind, and that if you ever see them, you need to look away. Many people report screams that echo through the canyon at night, and visitors staying in these small cabins often hear a woman weeping. In 1928, newlyweds Glenn and Bessie Hyde vanished on their honeymoon voyage through the Grand Canyon on a rafting trip. The Grand Canyon caverns were discovered in 1927 by Walter Peck, and inside the caverns he found 2 bodies buried at the entrance. In the 1970s, the lodge general manager, Gary Ringsby, himself with a rope in the area known as the bunkhouse. Both Ringsby and Peck are rumored to haunt the caverns today, and each year paranormal investigators conduct overnight stays in the caves, hoping to communicate with their ghosts. Visitors to the caverns say they can hear voices, whispering that grow louder and louder as you walk further into the caves. Perhaps the most famous ghost here on the north rim of the Grand Canyon is known as the Wailing Woman. According to local lore, a woman moved into the Grand Canyon Lodge with her husband and her son when this area was being built up in the 1920s. One day her husband and her son decided to go on a hike, but it began to rain and soon the trails became slick and impassable. The father and son held hands as they lost their footing on the steep cliffs of the Transept Trail and fell to their deaths. I followed their footsteps here down the Transept Trail, and I thought of the doomed hiking trip and the woman left without her husband and her baby boy. After the accident, the woman was stricken with grief, and she would wander the trail over and over, searching for her husband and her son, refusing to accept their fate. After her many unsuccessful trips up and down the Transept Trail, she became despondent and took her own life. Now her spirit is said to haunt both the trail where her family met their end and the lodge where she ended her suffering. In 1932, the lodge caught on fire and part of it was destroyed. As the lodge burned, witnesses claimed to see the Wailing Woman's face within the flames. Visitors on the trail claim to see her from time to time, appearing as a white apparition, sometimes with a blue scarf on her head, dressed in 1920s style clothing. Some claim to hear her weeping, and others claim that she has called out to them. Hikers and park rangers have all reported seeing the mournful spirit on the trail, but she is far from the only ghost said to wander this path. Since the mid-1800s, over 700 people have died in the Grand Canyon, and besides the folks who have perished in the canyon, many have lost their lives around it. Now, in this 1932 fire, the original North Rim Grand Canyon Lodge burned after a kitchen fire was started. It had only been completed in 1928, so it was a real tragedy to lose it so soon. The lodge was then rebuilt in 1936 on the footprint of the original lodge. Here inside the building, there is reportedly a door that the Wailing Woman wants to remain closed. Employees report, and have reported for decades, that whenever they open this door, the Wailing Woman immediately slams it shut. Now, there are also people who believe that the Wailing Woman is actually La Llorona, the Spanish folklore ghost who drowned her own children as an act of revenge towards her cheating husband. But most people say the Wailing Woman is in fact the grieving mother and wife of the man and boy who lost their lives hiking on this very trail, the Transept Trail. If you ever visit the north rim of the Grand Canyon, and especially if you hike this particular trail, there is a chance you could have an encounter with a very famous ghost who seems to have met her eternal fate here in this beautiful canyon, wandering the trail, forever looking for her family. Now, as we always do here on Dining with Death, Dining with the Deceased, we sample the food in the supposedly haunted location. Like I said earlier in the episode, the lodge dining facilities weren't running at their usual capacity because of COVID, but this little lunch counter was open and it was busy serving all the guests who were looking for lunch on their day in the park. I came with my oldest friend and my little dog, Duffman, who I lost last month, and as I edited this video, I was really happy to have these memories of such a fun day with my little buddy. First, we stopped in the saloon, which is where the longtime bartender told me the stories of the employees, lives over the years. I ordered an old-fashioned that seemed appropriate for this beautiful little bar in this old building. The bar, too, was pretty much closed down due to the virus, but they were making drinks for people to sip them on the benches and the surrounding porches and patios. The bartender also told me that this little area right here, that's now used for a storage room, used to be a small theater, and he said that in his opinion, it is absolutely haunted. He told me that there are longtime employees here at the lodge that won't go into that area, and he is often called on to haul things in and out of there because other people just won't go in there. We headed over here to the little lunch counter. I ordered a pulled pork sandwich that was actually really good. The bun was fresh and the meat was tender and it was well seasoned. It came with a little side of potato salad that was pretty standard but tasty. My friend had the brisket sandwich and it too was better than I expected. The brisket was tender and flavorful and topped with onions and seasonings and served on a soft roll. It came with standard macaroni salad, and then we also ordered a cup of the lodge venison chili, and it was great. It was smoky and spicy, topped with onions and cheese. As always, my little Duffers got a few bites. He never missed a chance to get some people food. Sure do miss this little guy.
There is a canyon in the American Southwest so vast, so deep that when you stand at its rim for the first time, your brain refuses to process what it's seeing. The Grand Canyon. A mile deep, 277 miles long, and at its bottom a river older than human memory cutting through rock that was formed nearly 2 billion years ago. We've been told the canyon is a triumph of geology, a textbook example of erosion. Wind, water, time. That's the official version. But in 1894, something was documented in the American Southwest that doesn't appear in any geology textbook. And it came not from a scientist, not from an explorer, not from the United States government. It came from the Hopi, the oldest continuously inhabited civilization in North America. The people who had lived beside that canyon for longer than written history. The people who for centuries had been trying to warn anyone who would listen about what they said was sleeping beneath it. This is what they said. And this is what was found. To understand what the Hopi were describing in 1894, you first have to understand who the Hopi are. The outside world has spent over a century getting this wrong, and that misunderstanding is the precise reason what they said has been dismissed for so long. The Hopi are not a mythological people. They are not a tribe defined by legends. They are a civilization with one of the most precisely documented oral histories on the planet, a history that researchers have been able to cross-reference with archaeological evidence, geological records, and astronomical data, and found to be strikingly, almost uncomfortably accurate.
Their villages on the high mesas of northeastern Arizona, specifically the villages of Old Arribi, have been continuously inhabited since approximately 1100 AD, making them among the oldest continuously occupied settlements in the United States. But the Hopi themselves will tell you their history didn't begin there. It began somewhere else, somewhere deeper. The Hopi describe a cosmology organized around what they call the four worlds, not four eras of mythology, four literal states of existence, each ending in catastrophe and transformation, each leading to the world that came after. The first world they call Tokpela, endless space. The second world, Tokpa, dark midnight. Worlds, not four eras of mythology, four literal states of existence, each ending in catastrophe and transformation, each leading to the world that came after. The first world they call Tokpela, endless space. The second world, Tokpa, dark midnight. The third world, Kuskurza. And the fourth world, the one we currently inhabit, Tuwakachi, world complete. What matters is not the metaphysics of these worlds. What matters is what the Hopi say happened between them, and specifically where the survivors of each destruction went. They went underground, not metaphorically, not symbolically. They went into the earth and they lived there, and they came back out when the surface world was safe again. The Hopi have specific names for the beings who helped them do this. They call them the Ant people. And they describe these Ant people as taking the Hopi's ancestors beneath the ground, feeding them, sheltering them, and keeping them alive through periods of catastrophic destruction on the surface. Now, mainstream anthropology files this under mythology and moves on. But in 1894, a man named John Wesley Powell decided to look more carefully, and what he found changed the question entirely. John Wesley Powell is one of the most interesting figures in American scientific history, and also one of the most overlooked. He lost his right arm at the Battle of Shiloh during the Civil War, and went on to become the director of the United States Geological Survey and the director of the Bureau of American Ethnology. He was, in other words, the man the United States government trusted to document both the geology and the anthropology of the American West. In 1869, Powell became the first person to run the Colorado River through the Grand Canyon by boat. A terrifying journey through unmapped rapids, through walls of ancient stone, through a geography that no white American had ever seen before. He came back changed, and he came back with questions. Because during his time on the river, he encountered something the official reports didn't emphasize. The canyon walls in places showed evidence of habitation that was not recent. Handholds carved into sheer rock faces, pathways descending into the inner gorge that seemed designed, not natural. Chambers in the canyon walls whose entrances were carefully constructed, not worn. Powell couldn't explain it, but the Hopi could. When Powell began formally interviewing Hopi elders in the years that followed, he documented something that the ethnological community of his era found fascinating, but ultimately filed away as cultural material rather than scientific evidence. The elders told him that beneath the Grand Canyon, there existed a vast system of chambers, tunnels, and passages. They said this system had been there since before human memory. They said it had been inhabited. They said things still lived there. And they said there were entrances that only certain people knew how to find. When Powell asked how far below the surface this system extended, the elders gave an answer that he included. I have to pause here for a second. Because what I just described, that is one case from a much larger pattern. There are 35 documented cases in a document I put together. Different cities, different decades, different types of evidence. Every single one follows the same sequence: discovered, documented, acquired, disappeared. I could not fit all of it into a video. It's in the pinned comment below. Find it before we continue. He did in his official notes. They told him it went all the way to the center. In 1909, 15 years after Powell's interviews, the Arizona Gazette published a story that has since become one of the most contested documents in alternative history. The article, published on April 5th, 1909, describes the discovery of a vast underground citadel inside the Grand Canyon by a team of Smithsonian Institution explorers led by a man named Professor S.A. Jordan. According to the article, Jordan and his team had discovered a series of tunnels carved into the canyon walls at an elevation that placed them hundreds of feet above the current river level, accessible only by rope. Inside these tunnels, they found a network of chambers extending over a mile into the rock. They found mummified human remains. They found stone tablets covered in hieroglyphic-style writing that bore no resemblance to any known Native American script. They found copper and gold artifacts of an unusual design. And they found something the article described only obliquely, something stored deep in the innermost chambers, something Jordan's team chose not to fully describe in the public report. The Smithsonian Institution has, in every era since that article was published, denied any knowledge of this expedition. They say Professor Jordan did not exist. They say no such discovery was made. They say the Arizona Gazette article was either a hoax or a fabrication. And here is where the story gets genuinely strange. The Smithsonian's archives from 1909 are not complete. Specifically, the records from the Bureau of American Ethnology for the years 1908 through 1912 contain gaps that archivists have noted but cannot explain. Not all the records are missing, just certain categories. Records pertaining to field expeditions in the American Southwest. When asked about these gaps, Smithsonian archivists have offered various explanations: fire, flood, routine document disposal. What they have not offered is a complete accounting of where those specific records went. But the Arizona Gazette article didn't exist in a vacuum. And when you trace it back to what the Hopi were saying 15 years before it was published, a different picture begins to emerge. The Hopi word for the place beneath the canyon is Sipapu, or more precisely, Sipapuni. It is the place of emergence, the place where, according to Hopi teaching, the people came up from the underworld into this, the fourth world. The Hopi don't describe Sipapuni as a GPS coordinate. They describe it as the aperture through which the transition happened at the point of contact between worlds. But they also describe it as a real place, a place with a physical entrance, a place that exists in the canyon. In Hopi ceremonial life, smaller symbolic Sipapus appear in kivas, the underground ceremonial chambers central to Hopi ritual practice. In every kiva, there is a small hole in the floor. This hole represents the original Sipapu, the door between worlds, the passage through which the ancestors came. The fact that the Hopi conduct their most sacred ceremonies underground, in chambers that replicate the structure of the original underworld, is not incidental. It is the architecture of memory. They built the kiva to remember what they came from, and what they say they came from is vast. The Hopi described the underworld not as a single chamber, but as a network, multiple levels, multiple passages, multiple kinds of inhabitants. Some of those inhabitants were people, some were not. The Ant people are described consistently across multiple generations of Hopi oral tradition. They are described as small, as having large eyes capable of seeing in the dark, as skilled in the cultivation of food underground, in chambers lit by something other than sunlight. They are described as patient, as ancient, as having been underground for a very long time before the Hopi ancestors ever descended to join them. When the Hopi say the Ant people were sleeping beneath the Grand Canyon in 1894, they were not speaking poetically. They were giving a status report. Something was down there, something that had been down there for a very long time, something that was not yet gone. To take the Hopi seriously on this point, you have to confront what we actually know about what's beneath the Grand Canyon. The canyon is one of the most studied geological features on Earth. We know the age of its rock layers with extraordinary precision. We know the chemistry of its mineral deposits. We know the history of the Colorado River that carved it. What we know significantly less about is what's inside the rock. The Kaibab Plateau, the elevated landmass from which the canyon was carved, sits atop one of the most complex karst systems in North America.
The all-new Unstoppable Stash gives your clothes 24-hour non-stop freshness. Smell unstoppable.
Through every stage of life, greener awaits with Bank OZK. Here's the third.
Karst is a landscape formed by the dissolution of soluble rocks, primarily limestone, creating sinkholes, cave systems, springs, and underground drainage networks. Khyber Plateau's limestone layers are riddled with these formations, but accessing them is another matter. The canyon walls are nearly vertical. The inner gorge is accessible only at certain points, and much of the subsurface geology of the Grand Canyon region has simply never been mapped with the kind of precision that would reveal the full extent of what's beneath it. In 2007, a team from the Cave Research Foundation completed a mapping project of Marble Canyon's cave systems that returned results the team described as unexpected. The extent of the connected passages was larger than their models had predicted. The depth of certain chambers exceeded what the surface geology suggested should be possible. And in several locations, the cave wall showed evidence of formations that would have taken not thousands, but hundreds of thousands of years to develop. The official summary of this research was published in the Small Circulation Geological Journal. It received almost no mainstream coverage. Let's go back to 1894 specifically, because the year is not arbitrary in this story. In 1894, the United States was in the middle of a reckoning with the native populations of the Southwest. The reservation system was being consolidated, and simultaneously, a generation of American anthropologists. Let's go back to 18. And in several locations, the cave wall showed evidence of formations that would have taken not thousands, but hundreds of thousands of years to develop. The official summary of this research was published in the Small Circulation Geological Journal. It received almost no mainstream coverage. Let's go back to 1894 specifically, because the year is not arbitrary in this story. In 1894, the United States was in the middle of a reckoning with the native populations of the Southwest. The reservation system was being consolidated, and simultaneously, a generation of American anthropologists and ethnologists were racing to document what they feared was a dying culture before it disappeared entirely. This urgency produced some of the most detailed ethnographic documentation in American history. Men like Washington Matthews, Frank Hamilton Cushing, Jesse Walter Fuchs, and Alexander Stephen spent years living among the Hopi, learning languages, attending ceremonies, and recording what they heard. What they heard, consistently from elder after elder, was a version of the same story. There were things beneath the ground. The ancestors had known them. Some of those things were still there. Jesse Walter Fuchs is particularly important here. Fuchs was a Harvard-educated zoologist who pivoted to anthropology and eventually became the head of the Bureau of American Ethnology's Archaeology Division. He spent the 1890s extensively documenting Hopi ceremonial life, and his notebooks from this period are held in the Smithsonian's National Anthropological Archives. In his 1894 field notes, Fuchs documented a set of conversations with Hopi elders that were not included in his published papers. These notes were discovered by researcher Gary David in the early 2000s and have since been cited in several alternative history works. In these notes, Fuchs records an elder's description of the chamber beneath the canyon in terms that are unusually specific. The elder described the direction of entry, the method of descent, the nature of the first chambers encountered, and then said something that Fuchs noted but did not publish, something he marked with a question mark and the word anomalous. The elder said the chambers became larger as you went deeper, not smaller, larger. And that at a certain depth, the stone gave way to something that was not stone. Fuchs did not elaborate on this in his published work, but he didn't destroy the notes either. He filed them. And they were sitting in the Smithsonian's archives when Gary David found them more than 100 years later. Before I go further, that document in the pinned comment. If you have not found it yet, go there now, because everything I cover in these videos is one piece of a pattern that only becomes visible when you see all 35 cases together. The document shows you the full pattern. What I can show you here is the surface. What is down there is everything underneath it. Pinned comment, now, then come back. There is a geological phenomenon relevant here that rarely appears in popular discussions of the Grand Canyon. It is called the Great Unconformity. The Great Unconformity is a boundary visible in the canyon walls where two rock layers meet that should not logically be adjacent. On one side of this boundary is rock approximately 250 million years old. On the other side, directly beneath it, is rock approximately 1.7 billion years old. Between those two dates, there is a gap of roughly 1.2 billion years of missing geological record. The conventional explanation is a combination of erosion and non-deposition, long periods when the region was above sea level and rock was being worn away, rather than built up. This explanation is reasonable and probably partially correct. But the Great Unconformity is not unique to the Grand Canyon. It appears on multiple continents in multiple locations, always representing approximately the same missing time period. The same 1.2 billion year gap shows up in the Canadian Shield in the Scottish Highlands in parts of Australia. Whatever caused the Great Unconformity appears to have been global, and it appears to have happened all at once in geological time. Something happened approximately 550 million years ago that created a boundary between two radically different eras of Earth's history. And that boundary is visible at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. The Hopi description of the transition between the Third World and the Fourth World places the catastrophe that preceded their current existence at the boundary of what we would recognize as the Cambrian period, the precise era that the Great Unconformity borders. This is either a remarkable coincidence or it isn't. The Hopi have no way of knowing the geological age of the rock layers at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. And yet, the time period they describe as the edge of the previous world aligns with the time period that modern geology identifies as a global discontinuity. The Hopi's description of the Ant people contains details that are difficult to account for through standard mythological interpretation. Standard interpretive frameworks applied to indigenous mythology tend to look for environmental explanations. Ants are ubiquitous in the Sonoran Desert. A myth about ant-like beings who sheltered and fed the ancestors during catastrophe makes ecological sense as metaphor for community cooperation during drought. Except the Hopi descriptions don't stop at the metaphorical level. The Ant people are described as having lived underground already when the Hopi ancestors descended to join them. They were not described as having descended with the Hopi. They were already there, already established, already sustaining a civilization in the dark. The Hopi were guests in their domain. The Ant people were also described as having knowledge of the previous worlds, the ones that ended in fire and flood. They are described as having been present for those catastrophes, having survived them, having carried the memory of them. This creates a timeline problem for the metaphorical interpretation. If the Ant people are encoding actual ants or a localized human community, they cannot have existed through multiple world-ending catastrophes. Ants do not carry multi-generational oral history, and a human community could not survive the kinds of catastrophes the Hopi describe without some extraordinary resource or technology. But if the Ant people describe something else entirely, a civilization that had adapted to subterranean life over an extremely long period of time, and had indeed survived multiple surface catastrophes, because the surface was not where they lived, the description becomes internally consistent. The Hopi are not the only indigenous people of the Americas to describe subterranean beings who survived through underground living while the surface was destroyed. The Lakota have similar traditions. The Zuni, neighbors of the Hopi, have parallel cosmologies. The Aztec and Maya, in their creation narratives, describe previous peoples who went into the earth and did not come back. These traditions appear independently in cultures that had no contact with each other during the periods when these traditions would have formed, and they describe the same thing. Something below, something that was there before, something that went down and stayed. In 1935, a geologist named Edwin McKee was conducting a survey of the Red Wall limestone layer in the Grand Canyon's inner gorge when he and his team encountered an anomaly they did not initially know how to explain. At a depth of approximately 200 feet below the South Rim, in a section of canyon wall not accessible by any established trail, McKee's team identified a section of the limestone face that showed signs of what he described in his field notes as artificial modification. The rock face showed evidence of having been worked, smoothed in a pattern consistent with intentional shaping, rather than natural erosion. Behind the work section, McKee's team identified an opening approximately 4 feet wide and 6 feet tall. They did not explore it. Their survey mission did not include spelunking, and they lacked the equipment to safely investigate the interior. McKee reported this finding to the US Geological Survey. The response he received, which is documented in the USGS's administrative correspondence files from that year, was notably mild. He was thanked for his report. The location was noted, and no follow-up expedition was dispatched. McKee's 1938 monograph on the Red Wall limestone, which remains a foundational text in Grand Canyon geology, contains no mention of the worked stone face or the opening behind it. Why not? McKee's field notes exist. The location he described exists. The USGS correspondence exists. The omission from his published work exists. What doesn't exist is any explanation for why a geologist of McKee's caliber would document something anomalous and then decline to include it in his definitive study of the very rock layer where he found it. The Smithsonian Institution's relationship with the Grand Canyon has always been an interesting one. The Bureau of American Ethnology funded some of the most extensive documentation of Hopi traditions in the late 19th and early 20th century. The ethnographic record that exists for these cultures would not exist without the Smithsonian's institutional commitment to documenting what it feared was disappearing. At the same time, the Smithsonian has been, in certain specific areas, unusually resistant to inquiry. Researchers who have attempted to access certain categories of material in the Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History have reported experiences that range from lengthy administrative delays to outright denials, sometimes without explanation. The categories that seem to generate the most friction tend to cluster around a few subjects: artifacts of uncertain provenance from the American Southwest, skeletal remains of individuals whose anthropological classification is ambiguous, and documentation related to pre-Columbian contact between the Americas and other civilizations. The Grand Canyon intersects all three of these categories. The 1909 Arizona Gazette article, if true, would represent artifacts of uncertain provenance from the American Southwest. The mummified remains the article describes would fall into the skeletal remains category, and the writing system described, if it bore no resemblance to known Native American scripts, would be precisely the kind of evidence that pre-Columbian contact researchers have been looking for and consistently failing to find in institutional archives. The specific pattern of gaps, the 1908 to 1912 Bureau of American Ethnology field records, the absence of any institutional response to McKee's 1935 report, the denial of the 1909 expedition, these do not cluster randomly. They cluster around a specific place, a specific time period, and a specific question. What is beneath the Grand Canyon? We need to talk about the Hopi knowledge system itself, because dismissing what they said in 1894 requires you to dismiss something much larger than a single story. The Hopi have demonstrated repeatedly and verifiably that their oral traditions encode accurate information about events that modern science has only recently confirmed. Their traditions describe a period when the land was covered by water, a claim that seems implausible for a desert people until you examine the geology of the Colorado Plateau and discover that it was indeed covered by a shallow inland sea during the Cretaceous period, a fact the Hopi had no scientific way of knowing. Their traditions describe a period of intense cold, what they call the Second World's Destruction, in terms that closely parallel what we now understand as the Younger Dryas period, the abrupt cooling event approximately 12,900 years ago that devastated early human populations across the Northern Hemisphere.
Baylor College of Medicine, creating tomorrow's medicine today and every day.
For your cleanest, freshest morning ever.
That's fresh.
Yeah, it is. Try Crest Pro Health mouthwash.
Great taste made right for generations. Kraft Mayo, the heart of every table.
Natural gas. Delivered at a fraction of the cost. In a fraction of the time. Venture Global, unstoppable energy.
Traditions describe a period of catastrophic flooding, consistent with what we know about the glacial melt and flooding that followed. In each of these cases, the Hopi oral tradition preserved accurate information about past catastrophic events across time periods that dwarf any written record. They didn't do this through writing. They did it through ceremony, through the precise repetition of story, through the maintenance of a tradition that treated accurate historical memory as a sacred obligation. When a tradition like this one tells you something is sleeping beneath the canyon, you have to ask yourself a serious question. What would it take for them to be wrong about this specific thing while being right about everything else? In 2000, a team of researchers from Northern Arizona University conducted a preliminary acoustic survey of the Grand Canyon South Wall in the section of canyon known as the Haunted Canyon. Acoustic surveys use sound waves to map underground structures, the same principle as sonar. The 2012 survey was not looking for anything anomalous. It was part of a broader study of the canyon's subsurface hydrology. What the survey returned, in addition to the hydrological data it was designed to collect, was a set of reflections that the team's lead researcher described in an internal memo as structurally inconsistent with the surrounding geology. Specifically, at a depth corresponding to the red wall limestone layer, the survey detected a series of cavities whose geometry was unusually regular, not the irregular dissolution carved shapes typical of karst cave systems. Regular, rectangular, in some cases, consistent in their dimensions. The memo recommended further investigation. Whether that investigation occurred has not been publicly documented. The study's final published findings address only the hydrological data. The structural anomalies are not mentioned. We know about the internal memo because a graduate student who worked on the project discussed it in a presentation at a 24 academic conference on southwestern geology. The presentation was not recorded. The graduate student, who has since completed her doctorate and works in private sector geological consulting, declined to be interviewed. There is a place on the north rim of the Grand Canyon that the Hopi have always called by a name that translates roughly as the place where the breath comes from the earth. Visitors to this location, who are almost exclusively Hopi or non-Hopi researchers, granted permission to accompany them, describe a persistent phenomenon. In certain weather conditions, particularly during the transition between winter and spring, the rock face in this area exhales. There is a sustained, audible exhalation of air from cracks in the stone. Not the intermittent draft you'd expect from a shallow cave, a continuous, steady outflow of air, warmer than the ambient temperature outside, that continues for extended periods. Geologists explain it as a pressure equalization effect. The vast connected cave systems beneath the plateau breathe as barometric pressure changes, exhaling when pressure drops. The observation is real. The explanation is reasonable. but the temperature differential complicates it. Air emerging from a cave system that is simply pressure equalizing should be approximately the temperature of the cave interior, roughly the mean annual surface temperature of the region, about 55 to 60 degrees Fahrenheit. The air from the place the Hopi call by this name is reportedly warmer, significantly warmer. Warmer air from underground typically has one of two explanations: geothermal activity or metabolic activity, the heat produced by living organisms. The Grand Canyon region has low geothermal activity. The Colorado Plateau is not a volcanically active area. The heat gradient from Earth's interior at this depth would not account for the temperature differential that has been described, which leaves the second explanation. The Hopi prophecy tradition describes a sequence of world-ending events they call the Great Purification, the transition from the fourth world to whatever comes after. Within this sequence, one of the more literal sounding signs is described in terms that translate approximately as the awakening of what sleeps. The Hopi say that as the fourth world approaches its end, the beings who went into the earth will come back to the surface. Not all of them, not immediately, but the process of their return will be one of the signs that the cycle is completing. They describe this not as an invasion, not as a catastrophe in itself, as a return. Something that went away is coming back. Something that was here before the Hopi. Something that the Hopi have been maintaining a relationship with through ceremony, through the kiva, through the act of descent and return that every Kachina ceremony enacts. Something that the Hopi have been keeping a place for. The kiva is not a worship space in the way a church or mosque is a worship space. It is a meeting place between worlds, built underground, entered through the roof by ladder, through a hole in the ceiling that replicates the original sipapu. Every time a Hopi enters a kiva for ceremony, they are reenacting the descent. They are maintaining the relationship. They are keeping the connection active. With what? The Hopi will answer that question. The answer is the ancestors. But not the ancestors as we usually mean the word. Not dead grandparents whose memory we honor. The ancestors as a living category of being, presently existing in a different relationship with the world than the one we inhabit on the surface, but not gone, not dead, not purely spiritual in the sense of being without material form. Still there, still in contact, still breathing. There is one more piece of this story that belongs here. It involves a man named Alexander Stephen, by most accounts the most thorough documentarian of Hopi life in the late 19th century. Stephen was a Scottish-born trader who settled among the Hopi in 1880 and spent the next 14 years recording his observations in a journal of extraordinary detail. He attended ceremonies that no outside researcher before or since has been permitted to attend. He learned the Hopi language at a native level of fluency. He documented things that Fuchs and the other professional ethnologists, arriving later as institutional outsiders, never got access to. Stephen died in 1894, the same year the Hopi were making their most explicit statements about what lay beneath the canyon. His journals were not published until 1936, 42 years after his death. The published version, edited by Elsie Clues Parsons, is considered a foundational document of Hopi studies. The published journals are approximately half the length of the original manuscript, which is held in the Museum of Northern Arizona in Flagstaff. Researchers who have compared the published version with the original manuscript have noted the categories of material Parsons chose not to include. Some of it is ceremonial detail considered too sensitive to publish. Some of it, however, involves Stephen's account of conversations with a specific elder who told Stephen things that Stephen recorded and Parsons chose not to publish. What those things were is not fully known, because access to the unpublished portions of the Stephen manuscript is restricted by an agreement between the Museum of Northern Arizona and the Hopi Cultural Preservation Office. The Hopi have the right to control access to their own sacred knowledge. That right is not in question. What it means, however, is that the most complete record of what an intimate observer of Hopi life documented about the subterranean world in the 1880s and early 1890s, the period immediately preceding the formal documentation that began with Fuchs in 1894, is currently not available to outside researchers. The Hopi know what Stephen wrote about. They have read it. They made a decision about it. That decision is their right, but it tells you something that they made it. What do we do with all of this? The skeptical position is clear. The Hopi have a rich tradition that encodes cultural memory in narrative form. The 1909 Arizona Gazette article is a fabrication or misrepresentation. The Smithsonian's archive gaps are administrative artifacts. McKee's unpublished finding is an ambiguity he chose not to pursue. The acoustic survey anomalies are natural formations. The warm air is a minor geothermal anomaly. The Stephen manuscript restrictions are about cultural sensitivity, not concealment of information about non-human civilization. This position is coherent. It holds together. It is what the professional academic world believes, to the extent that it believes anything about this at all. The alternative position is also clear. Is the Hopi are the oldest continuously inhabited civilization in North America. Their oral tradition has been verified as accurate in multiple specific scientific claims. They have been saying consistently, for as long as anyone has been writing it down, that there is something alive beneath the Grand Canyon. Multiple independent lines of institutional documentation, all suppressed or obscured by the same institution, point toward the same conclusion the Hopi reached. The cavities beneath the canyon are real, are unusually regular in geometry, and have never been fully investigated by anyone whose findings were made public. And the Hopi have been maintaining a ritual practice specifically designed to preserve the connection with whatever is down there, a practice maintained continuously for at least 1,000 years. The question of which position is correct may not be answerable from the surface. It is answerable from below. In Hopi ceremony, there is a figure called Masawu. He is the guardian of the fourth world, the being who met the Hopi ancestors when they emerged from the underworld and gave them permission to live on the surface of this world. He is associated with death, with the boundary between worlds, with the land in its most elemental form. His face, in Hopi iconography, is a skull, or a mask of a skull. The distinction between the two is considered irrelevant by the Hopi. Masawu told the Hopi ancestors when they came up through the Sipapu that they could live here. He also told them this was not their permanent home. The fourth world would end as the previous worlds had ended. When it did, they would go back down, and the beings below would come back up, and the cycle would continue. The Hopi relationship with the world is fundamentally cyclical, in a way that the linear, progress-oriented worldview of Western civilization finds very difficult to accommodate. We think in terms of past and future as two different states, the past being gone and the future being new. The Hopi think in terms of a cycle. Nothing that was ever here is entirely gone, it's just in a different phase. The ant people are in a dormant phase, the fourth world is in an active phase. When the active phase ends, the dormant phase will become active again. This is not a prediction of apocalypse, it is a description of a rotation. Whether that rotation is a myth encoding psychological truth about the transience of civilization, or a literal description of a physical reality presently taking place beneath approximately 2,000 feet of Arizona limestone, depends on what you believe is possible. The Hopi, who have been right about the water, right about the ice, right about the flood, and right about the geology for as long as anyone has been checking, believe it is literal. And in 1894, they were trying very hard to tell someone. It took 130 years to find someone willing to listen. The Grand Canyon receives approximately 6 million visitors per year. They stand at the rim, they take photographs, they walk down the Bright Angel Trail. They look at the layers of rock and marvel at geological time. They feel small. Almost none of them know what the Hopi say is at the bottom. Almost none of them know about the 1909 expedition, or McKee's 1935 field notes, or Fuchs's 1894 anomalous observation. or the acoustic survey, or the warm air that breathes out of the canyon walls at the place where the breath comes from the earth. The canyon sits there. It has been sitting there for 5 million years, which is how long the Colorado River has been cutting through the Kaibab Plateau. But the rock it's cutting through is 2 billion years old, and the formations beneath the red wall limestone are older still. And what the Hopi say has been living in those formations has been there longer than the canyon itself, longer than the river, longer than the limestone it carved. What was there before the Grand Canyon was a canyon? In the northeastern corner of Arizona, where the Hopi Mesas break from the southern edge of Black Mesa and the land falls away toward the eroded badlands of the Painted Desert, a low sandstone rise holds the remains of a village the Hopi call Sikyatki. In 1895, an ethnologist named Jesse Walter Fuchs climbed that rise with a crew of Hopi laborers and a commission from the Bureau of American Ethnology in Washington. He had come to open ground that had not been opened in 300 years. What he found there would fill crates bound for the Smithsonian Institution, reshape the way archaeologists understood Pueblo art, and set in motion a dispute over what belongs to a people and what belongs to a museum, a dispute that has not been settled to this day. The Painted Desert itself begins not far east of that rise, a band of banded red and gray mudstone that runs for more than 100 miles across the Colorado Plateau, and the Hopi Mesas sit at its western edge, like the last solid ground before the Badlands take over. Sikyatki sits on First Mesa, one of 3 mesa complexes that make up the Hopi homeland, at an elevation where the pinon and juniper give way to open rock, and the horizon turns the color of rust and ash. The Hopi have occupied these mesas for close to 1,000 years, according to both the archaeological record and their own accounts of a long migration that predates written history on the continent. Sikyatki itself was likely founded in the late 1300s and stood for roughly 3 centuries before it was abandoned, not gradually, but all at once, sometime before Spanish colonizers reached the region. What happened to end it is not something the excavation could answer. The Hopi had already answered it, in a story that had circulated on the mesas for generations before Fuchs ever picked up a trowel. Hopi tradition does not describe the mesas as a homeland the people simply found waiting for them. Clan histories, recorded by ethnographers over the past century and still taught within Hopi families today, describe a long series of migrations, different clans moving north from the Grand Canyon region, south from the San Juan drainage, west from the Rio Grande, each completing one leg of a longer route before converging on the mesas at different points over several hundred years. Sikyatki was one node in that larger pattern, a village of people who had already migrated once or several times before they built it. The mesas were not an origin point, they were an arrival, and the Hopi understanding of the land is built on the memory of everywhere the people passed through before they got there. If you're enjoying this story so far, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. Drop a comment telling me where in the world you're watching from. I love hearing from you. The account recorded by Fuchs from Hopi elders at Walpi describes a chief's sister at Sikyatki, a woman said to practice sorcery, who caused illness and death across the mesa until the people of a neighboring village decided. "10 miles east of the Mississippi River, across from what is now downtown St. Louis, a mound of packed earth rises 100 feet into the Illinois sky. It is called Monk's Mound today, named for a group of Trappist monks who farmed its terraces in the 1800s and had nothing to do with building it. The people who raised it left no name for themselves in any surviving written language. What they left is the earth itself, moved by hand, in woven baskets, until the finished structure covered more ground at its base than the Great Pyramid of Giza. 14 million basket loads, by the estimate most often cited by archaeologists who have measured the fill, each one weighing close to 50 pounds, carried up a slope with no wheel and no draft animal. The mound is the largest earthen structure north of the Valley of Mexico, and it sits at the center of a permanent city that, at its height around the year 1100, may have held as many people as London did at the same moment. This was not a seasonal gathering ground. It had neighborhoods, a wall 2 miles long around its central plaza, and a calendar built from cedar posts sunk into the earth in a perfect circle. For more than 100 years afterward, the official position of the institutions that studied it was that the people living there when Europeans arrived could not have built it. If you're enjoying this story so far, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. Drop a comment telling me where in the world you're watching from. I love hearing from you. The city is called Cahokia now, a name borrowed from a different tribal group entirely, one that was living near the ruins when French explorers arrived in the 1600s, long after the mounds had gone quiet. Nobody knows what the people who built it called themselves or their home. What we know is drawn almost entirely from the ground. Archaeologists estimate construction began around the year 600, with the major building phase starting near the year 1000 and running for roughly 250 years. During that window, a settlement in the Mississippi River floodplain grew into the largest population center north of the great cities of central Mexico. At its peak, estimates for the number of people living within the 6 square miles of the central site range from 10,000 to upward of 20,000, with tens of thousands more spread through the surrounding farmsteads and satellite towns that fed the center. This was not an isolated achievement. Cahokia sat at the middle of a trade network that stretched from the Rocky Mountains to the Gulf of Mexico and up into the Great Lakes. Copper recovered from Cahokia's mounds traces back to deposits on the Keweenaw Peninsula in Michigan, more than 600 miles to the north. Marine shell used for beads and ornaments came from the Gulf Coast, over 800 miles to the south. Mica sheets, cut into ornamental shapes, came from the Appalachian Mountains to the east. None of this material moved itself. It moved through a system of exchange and alliance that reached across a third of the continent, centuries before any European ship crossed the Atlantic to establish a permanent settlement on this coast. The city's engineers reshaped the ground around the mounds as deliberately as they raised them. West of Monk's Mound, workers leveled and compacted a plaza covering roughly 50 acres, flat enough and large enough to host gatherings, games, and markets that could draw people in from the farmsteads and satellite towns spread across the floodplain archaeologists call the American Bottom. Removing the soil for that leveling work, and for the mounds themselves, left borrow pits scattered through the city, some of which filled with water and remain as ponds and wetlands on the site today. Cahokia was not an isolated capital either. Across the river, on the bluffs where downtown St. Louis now stands, a second cluster of at least 26 mounds rose as part of the same urban network, prominent enough that early American settlers nicknamed the young city on that site Mound City before the mounds themselves were gone. The largest of them, known as Big Mound, stood roughly 150 feet long and 30 feet high on what became a St. Louis street corner. In 1869, it was dug apart and hauled away as fill for railroad grading at the direction of a city government that saw a source of cheap dirt where an intact urban precinct of the same civilization had stood a few centuries earlier. The physical evidence for what this city was capable of goes beyond the scale of its earthworks. In 1961, an archaeologist named Warren Whittree was reviewing excavation records from an area southwest of Monk's Mound when he noticed a repeating pattern of large post holes arranged in an arc. He proposed that they were not scattered structural remains, but the footprint of massive cedar posts, sunk in a circle, used to track the sun. Further excavation confirmed it. The structure, which researchers now call Woodhenge, was rebuilt at least 5 times over the life of the city, each version slightly different in diameter, the posts ranging up to 20 inches thick and standing perhaps 20 feet above the ground. From a fixed viewing post at the center, an observer watching the eastern horizon at sunrise on the equinoxes would see the sun break the horizon directly behind Monk's Mound. At the summer and winter solstices, the sunrise point shifted to specific posts on either side of the arc, marking the extremes of the year with an accuracy that required sustained observation across multiple seasons to calibrate. This was not a display built once and left standing. It was rebuilt, adjusted, and used for generations, which means the knowledge required to build it was maintained and passed down as a functioning body of astronomical practice, not a single inspired guess. Whittrie's original discovery covered only one phase of the structure. Subsequent excavation identified as many
Taco Beat Rewards. Download the Taco Palenque app today.
In the summer of 1888, 3 geologists rode into a canyon on the Colorado Plateau and did not ride out. Their names were entered into the field logs of a small territorial survey office in Durango, and then, later, quietly removed from those same logs by a hand that did not sign its work. The horses came back, the mules came back. One saddlebag was found tied to the neck of a mule, and inside that bag was a folded sheet of surveyor's paper on which one of the 3 men had written, in a hand that grew less steady with every line, that they had found a door. It was made of iron set into the living rock of the canyon wall, with a handle shaped for a human hand but placed at a height no ordinary person could comfortably reach. Above the door, cut into the sandstone in a script none of them recognized, ran a warning that the Anasazi elders of the nearest village, when shown a rubbing of it 4 days earlier, had begged them not to translate and had begged them more urgently not to open. They opened it anyway. The note ends there. Those 3 men are not mentioned again in any surviving territorial record. A rubbing of the inscription, said to have been carried by one of them in an oilskin pouch, has never surfaced in any museum or private collection that has ever been catalogued. Within a year, the village whose elders had spoken to them was abandoned, its residents dispersing to other pueblos and refusing to speak to outsiders about what had happened. The location of the door itself, the exact place on the plateau where 3 trained men of science walked into a hole in the earth and were erased from the paper trail of the United States government, has been suppressed so thoroughly that even the descendants of the local families who knew the way have said, on the very rare occasions they have said anything at all, that the way was closed on purpose and closed by people who were not the ones who cut the door. What follows is an account of what those 3 men appear to have found, of what the Anasazi elders have been trying to warn them about for 800 years before they arrived, and of why the door itself, along with the 20 or 30 others we now have reason to believe were placed alongside it, does not belong to the civilization the history books say lived on that plateau. They belong to something older, something the ancestral Puebloans inherited, guarded, sealed, and lost, and something that, based on the physical evidence still standing on those cliffs today, was never fully theirs to begin with. The canyon country of the Four Corners region is among the most archaeologically dense landscapes on the continent. Between roughly 900 and 1300 of the Common Era, a people who modern archaeology calls the ancestral Puebloans, and whom the Navajo later called the Anasazi, built a civilization of stone stretching across present-day New Mexico, Colorado, Utah, and Arizona. They built Chaco Canyon, with its great houses of dressed masonry rising 4 and 5 stories from a canyon floor that receives less than 9 inches of rain a year. At Mesa Verde, they built cliff dwellings tucked into alcoves halfway up sandstone walls, reached only by hand and footholds cut into the rock. Their work extended to Aztec, Salmon, Chimney Rock, Overweep, and dozens of smaller sites, whose names are known only to the archaeologists who catalogue them and the descendants who visit them quietly and do not put up signs. Then, around 1280, they walked away. Every major centre was abandoned within roughly a single human lifetime. The people did not vanish. Their descendants live today at Acoma, Hopi, Zuni, and the Rio Grande Pueblos, carrying oral tradition transmitted continuously from that time to this. But the great houses, cliff dwellings, astronomical observatories, and ceremonial roads that ran for hundreds of miles in dead straight lines across country that would have made any sensible builder curve them around obstacles, all of it was left. Their descendants have their own explanation. It has to do with what was found in the ground, and with what was already there when the ancestors arrived. The three men who rode into the canyon in 1888 were not amateurs, and they were not treasure hunters. Their names, as they appear in the last surviving field log entry before the redaction, were Henry Colwell, Jonathan Rees, and a third man listed only as Ashworth, whose first name has been lost. Colwell had studied at Yale under James Dwight Dana, whose textbook was the standard reference for every mining engineer in the country in that decade. Rees had come out of the Pennsylvania coal country and had spent 5 years mapping the Front Range for a private consortium before joining the survey. Ashworth was younger, in his late 20s, trained in Germany, and carried the small brass instrument case that held the sextant, the aneroid barometer, and the pocket compendium in which the last note was written. Their assignment was to assess the mineral potential of the formation noted in passing by a Bureau of Ethnology party that had come through the previous autumn. The ethnologists had reported what they called anomalous stone structures in the wall of the side canyon, and had noted that local Puebloan guides refused to approach the site and refused. I have to pause here for a second, because what I just described, that is one case from a much larger pattern. There are 35 documented cases in a document I put together. Different cities, different decades, different types of evidence. Every single one follows the same sequence: discovered, documented, acquired, disappeared. I could not fit all of it into a video. It's in the pinned comment below. Find it before we continue. Used, in fact, to name it. The geologists were not there for the structures. They were there for the copper stain the ethnologists had described, running down the sandstone below one of the openings, a blue-green color that suggested a substantial ore body somewhere behind the rock face. They arrived at the mouth of the side canyon on the 4th day. The 5th day was spent speaking with an elder of a small village that sat about 11 miles east of the canyon entrance. That village's name has been removed from every map printed after 1912, but its ruins are still visible from the air, and the descendants of its residents live today at Zia and at San Felipe, and know precisely where it was and why it was left. Through a Spanish-speaking interpreter, the elder, whose name in the log is rendered only as an initial, told Colwell that the geologists must not go into the side canyon. He told them the openings in the wall were not caves. He told them the openings had been sealed by his people's ancestors when those ancestors first arrived in the country, and that the seals had been placed there because what was behind the openings was not meant to be let out, and that his people had inherited the duty of maintaining the seals from the people who had come before, and who had themselves inherited the duty from the people older still. Colwell wrote a partial transcript of the conversation in his field book. That transcript survives because the field book was not with the men when they entered the canyon. It had been left at base camp along with a photographic plate, a bag of tobacco, and a letter to Colwell's wife that was never mailed because there was no one left to mail it. Colwell's handwriting deteriorated when he wrote quickly, and he was writing quickly because the interpreter was struggling to keep pace with the elder. Still, the substance is clear enough. The elder said there were doors in the canyon wall made of a black metal that did not rust and had been placed there at a time when the sky was a different color. His people, meaning the ancestral Puebloans, meaning the culture we call Anasazi, had not made the doors. They had found them, they had inherited them, and they had learned through experience paid for in lives that the doors must not be opened. The three geologists did not believe him. Colwell noted in the field book that the elder appeared sincere and had refused any payment offered for guiding them to the site, and interpreted the refusal as evidence of superstition rather than of genuine fear for the geologists' lives. They thanked the elder, gave him tobacco, and rode west on the morning of the sixth day, following a trail described in enough detail by the ethnologist's report for any competent surveyor to locate. They entered the side canyon around midday. Ashworth's note in the recovered saddlebag begins here. It says the canyon walls narrowed sharply about 2 miles in from the mouth, and the floor rose in a series of natural sandstone benches, each about 6 feet higher than the last. At the fourth bench, they saw the first door. Ashworth's description is precise. The door was set into the vertical face of a cliff about 40 feet above the canyon floor, reached by a series of hand and foot holes cut into the sandstone, of the kind that appear at nearly every ancestral pueblo and cliffside in the region, and which archaeology now understands as ordinary Puebloan construction. But the door itself was not ordinary. Rectangular, approximately 6.5 feet tall by 3 feet wide, it was made of what Ashworth described as a dark iron of a quality he had never seen before. No rust, no pitting. Its surface was smooth to the touch and slightly warm, even though the cliff face was in shadow. The door had a single handle set into it at a height Ashworth measured with his sextant at 7 feet 4 inches from the base, meaning the handle sat about a foot above the top of Ashworth's own head, and Ashworth was a tall man for his era. There was no visible hinge, no visible lock. The door was framed by a groove cut into the sandstone that ran perfectly straight along all 4 sides, and the groove was filled with a substance Ashworth described as a black glass, hard as flint, unbroken along its entire length. Above the door, cut into the sandstone in a band about 18 inches wide, ran the inscription the elder had begged them not to translate. Ashworth copied it onto the back of his note. That copy is what makes the note historically important, and it is also what makes it difficult to discuss, because the script in which the inscription is written does not match any known writing system of the pre-Columbian Americas. It does not match Sumerian cuneiform, Egyptian hieroglyphs, or any of the proposed Old World scripts fringe writers have tried to identify at other American sites. It is its own thing. And the small number of philologists shown the copy in the 20th century, quietly and off the record, have said the closest structural parallel they can identify is a set of characters that appear on a handful of objects recovered from sites in Central Asia, in the region that appears on early modern European maps under the name Grand Tartary. The name Tartaria appears on European maps from roughly the 1500s through the 1700s, designating a vast area covering most of what is now Central and Northern Asia, from the Volga east to the Pacific, and from the Arctic Ocean south to the northern edge of the Chinese sphere. On those maps, it is not a wilderness or a blank space. It is an inhabited empire, sometimes divided into Grand Tartary, Chinese Tartary, Independent Tartary, and Muscovite Tartary, showing cities, roads, rivers, and a general population that European cartographers of the period appear to have taken entirely for granted. By the middle of the 19th century, Tartaria had disappeared from serious cartographic use. Its land was reassigned to the Russian Empire, to China, and to a handful of smaller khanates and emirates that were themselves being absorbed. Populations shown on the old maps did not migrate, and did not, according to any coherent historical account, die. They were simply relabeled, and the empire that had appeared on European charts for 3 centuries, its work was retroactively downgraded to a geographical convenience. The reason this bears on a canyon in Colorado in 1888 is that a growing body of researchers has spent the last 2 decades assembling the case that Tartaria was not just an old cartographic label, but the residue of a genuine pre-modern civilization whose remains are visible in anomalous architecture across every continent, and whose fingerprints appear at sites the mainstream attributes to unrelated cultures. Recurring signatures anchor the case. Star-thought geometry appearing at sites separated by thousands of miles. A particular style of ornamental masonry showing up in Bukhara and in Boston, in Samarkand and in St. Louis. Building techniques involving cast basalt and iron that predate the industrial capacity officially available. where the buildings stand. And most controversially, underground and rock-cut installations whose scale and precision are not consistent with the tools available to the cultures traditionally credited with them. The iron door described in Ashworth's note fits the Tartarian pattern almost exactly. Its metallurgy is wrong for the Anasazi, who did not work iron and did not, as far as any excavation has shown, possess the furnaces or fuel supply that ironworking requires. Its dimensions are wrong as well, since the typical Anasazi doorway is a T-shape roughly 5 feet tall, framed by shaped sandstone thresholds and rarely placed at heights, requiring significant climbing.
I didn't think shingles would make them miss days of work. I was wrong. Talk to your doctor today.
Celebrity cruises. Nothing comes close.
There are so many electricity plans. Where do I find the best price?
Easy. Check with me. Lowest price.
Handle placement is wrong for any human population that has ever inhabited the Colorado Plateau, and the script above the door is wrong for every writing system known to have existed in the Western Hemisphere before contact. What the door is right for is the hypothesis that the plateau before the ancestral Puebloans arrived had already been built into by someone else, and that when the ancestral Puebloans came, they found what had been left behind. Before I go further, that document in the pinned comment. If you have not found it yet, go there now, because everything I cover in these videos is one piece of a pattern that only becomes visible when you see all 35 cases together. The document shows you the full pattern. What I can show you here is the surface. What is down there is everything underneath it. Pinned comment, now, then come back, and made a decision about how to live alongside it. They built their own dwellings nearby, cut their own hand and footholds, and developed a body of ceremonial practice around the inherited structures. And they passed down from generation to generation a specific and unbroken warning that the doors placed in the older stone were not to be opened, that the openings behind them were not to be entered, and that anyone who did enter would not come back in a form any of the survivors would wish to embrace. To understand why this warning was taken as seriously as it was by those who inherited it, look at what happened in the century leading up to the great abandonment of the 1280s. Chaco Canyon archaeology in its final decades is, by the standards of the period, unsettling. Great houses continued to be built and expanded until surprisingly late, but the burial record thins to almost nothing. Fewer than 300 confirmed burials exist for a population some estimates place in the low tens of thousands. Kivas, the round subterranean ceremonial chambers that form the ritual heart of every Puebloan settlement, become both more numerous and more elaborate in the final phase, and several of the largest at Chaco, including the Great Kiva at Casa Rinconada, are oriented to astronomical events of a narrow and specific kind. They align with the extreme northern moonrise of the 18.6-year lunar standstill cycle, an alignment requiring observation and record-keeping across multiple generations, and one that cannot be established by casual observation of the sky. The roads at Chaco are stranger still. More than 400 miles of surveyed prehistoric roadway radiate out from the canyon, running in straight lines across country that would have made curving them the sensible choice. They are 30 feet wide in some segments. Rather than skirting cliffs at their base, the roads climb them on staircases cut into the rock. Chaco is connected by these roads to outlier great houses at distances of more than 100 miles. And at several points, the roads simply end, running into a wall of stone or a canyon rim and stopping without continuing on the other side. Mainstream archaeology has proposed that the roads were ceremonial rather than functional, symbolic connections rather than trade routes. What it has not been able to explain is why a population that was, by the standards of the 1200s, quite small, would have committed the labour required to build them, and why, in the last decades before abandonment, the roads appear to have been ritually closed. At several documented terminal points, roadbeds were covered over with fill, and the surface capped with stone. The people were closing something. They were closing routes to somewhere. And within a few generations of the closures being completed, they left the canyon entirely. The oral tradition of the descendant Pueblos does not use the language mainstream archaeology uses. It does not speak of population pressure or shifting rainfall regimes. It speaks of a decision the ancestors did not want to make and did not make lightly, to walk away from a place where the ground could not be trusted, where the older structures had begun to open on their own, and where the seals maintained for centuries were beginning to fail. The Hopi speak of a third world that ended when the people of that world used the power of the earth in ways they should not have used it. The Zuni tradition preserves a set of stories about ancestors who lived alongside beings that came out of the ground and who eventually had to leave the country where those beings lived. At Tacoma, there is a body of tradition about the closing of certain doors and the assignment of clan responsibilities to keep them closed. None of these traditions match precisely because they are the traditions of distinct peoples with distinct histories, but they overlap in the middle. They overlap on the point that something was in the ground that should not have been let out, and that the ancestors had inherited both the something and the duty of keeping it in. The doors described by Ashworth in 1888 are not the only doors of their kind reported on the plateau, and Ashworth's account is not the only one that has ended badly for the people who wrote it. In 1891, a rancher named Nathaniel Blake wrote a letter to a friend in Denver describing what he called a metal gate set into the wall of a canyon on the north side of the San Juan River, a gate his Ute guide had refused to approach, and that Blake himself had, on further reflection, decided not to disturb. 6 years later, a Mormon prospecting party working north of Bluff, Utah, filed a report with the LDS Church in Salt Lake describing an iron slab of unknown provenance set into the base of a cliff, and the report was received, filed, and quietly sealed in the church archive, where it is still held. Around 1909, a member of the Wetherell family, who had spent decades exploring the cliff dwellings of the Mesa Verde region and had discovered many of the sites now protected as national monuments, wrote in a private letter that there were places on the plateau his family had chosen not to enter, and that the choice had been made because of specific requests from Pueblo and friends who had been very clear about what the family was to leave alone. The Wetherells are worth pausing on. Richard Wetherell and his brothers were the first Anglo-Americans to systematically document the cliff dwellings of Mesa Verde, beginning in 1888, the same year the three geologists disappeared. Richard's discovery of the Cliff Palace on the 12th of December that year is a story that appears in every popular history of the Southwest. What appears less often is that Richard developed over the course of his career an extremely close working relationship with several Navajo and Pueblo families, and that he learned from them the locations of a number of sites he never publicly recorded. He was killed in 1910 in the dispute at Chaco Canyon, whose exact circumstances have never been fully explained, and his personal field notes, kept meticulously for 2 decades, were reported after his death to be incomplete. Pages had been removed, sketches had been cut out. Whoever went through his notes went through them thoroughly, and whoever went through them was interested in something very specific. Richard Wetherell's brother John, in an interview given in the 1930s, was asked whether the family had ever encountered anything on the plateau they had not reported. John said they had. Asked what it was, he answered that his brother had made him promise before dying never to speak of a certain canyon, and that he intended to honor the request. When pressed on whether the canyon contained a door, he said only that his brother had used that word once in his presence, and that his brother had not used it again. The interview was never published in John's lifetime. It exists as a transcript in the collections of a small museum in Farmington, New Mexico, and has been read by perhaps 3 dozen people in the 90 years since it was recorded. The transcript is not classified, it is not hidden, it sits in a folder in a filing cabinet, and any researcher who knows to ask for it can read it, and almost no researcher has ever asked for it. because the story it tells does not fit the story that professional Southwestern archaeology has organized itself to tell. What is behind the doors, according to the Ashworth note, and the small handful of other accounts that agree with it in enough particulars to be worth taking seriously, is not a chamber, it is a passage. The three geologists, having levered the iron door open with a combination of pry bars and steady application of force that Ashworth describes with the exactness of a man who suspected he was writing the last account of his own actions, stepped through the doorway and found themselves in a corridor cut directly into the sandstone. This corridor was rectangular in cross-section, roughly 7 feet high by 4 feet wide, its walls smooth in a way that no hand tool available in 1888, and none available to the ancestral Puebloans 4 centuries earlier, could have produced. Stone had been cut as if it had been sliced. No chisel marks, no axial scars. The surface felt under the hand like glass polished with fine grit and then heated until the surface flowed and settled. The corridor sloped downward at what Ashworth estimated as a 5% grade. It ran, so far as they could tell by the beam of a bullseye lantern Ashworth had brought and lit inside the door, straight into the mesa for a distance they had not yet fully explored when he wrote his note. They had walked, he wrote, for about an hour by his watch, and had gone perhaps a mile and a half by his reckoning, and the corridor had not deviated. It had not branched, and it had not opened into a chamber. It had simply continued at that same slight downward slope into the mountain, and the air inside had grown neither colder nor warmer, but had remained at what Ashworth described as an even 68 degrees Fahrenheit. An observation a geologist trained to notice such things would have found deeply anomalous, because a natural cave in that country would have cooled steadily with depth, and would have been damp with condensation by the point they had reached. The corridor was dry, exactly the temperature of a comfortable indoor room. A very faint current of air moved up the passage from below, as if the passage were connected at some further depth to a source of ventilation. Along both walls, at intervals Ashworth estimated as 120 feet, there were niches. Cut directly into the stone, each was about a foot wide and 2 feet tall. In every niche the men had passed, without exception, sat a small object made of the same dark iron as the door. Ashworth described the objects as figurines, though he was careful to note he was not certain they were representational. Some appeared to depict human figures, others appeared to depict animals of a kind he could not identify. A third group depicted shapes that were not obviously either. All were between 4 and 6 inches tall. All were made with the precision of casting that Ashworth, who had done graduate work in metallurgy at Freiburg, wrote he could not have reproduced in any factory then operating in the United States. He noted the temperature of one figurine held briefly in his palm at approximately blood warm, significantly warmer than the ambient air. The figurines, he wrote, were not decorations. What they were he could not say, but he was certain, in a way he could not fully justify from the evidence, that they were doing something. When he held one and closed his eyes, he had the impression of a very faint sound at the edge of hearing, like a note held on an instrument in a room several doors away. And when he opened his eyes and set the figurine back in its niche, the impression stopped. The note ends with a paragraph Ashworth wrote in a hand very different from the one he had used up to that point. Letters are larger, lines slope downward. Colwell, he wrote, had gone ahead. Rees had stopped and would not go further, and was sitting against the wall of the corridor with his lantern turned low and would not answer when spoken to. The current of air from below had grown stronger and had brought with it a smell he could not describe accurately, but that reminded him of the inside of a smithy at the end of a working day, hot iron and something else beneath it. He was going after Colwell. He would leave the note in a place where the mule might find it if the animal wandered back to the entrance, which he calculated as reasonably likely, because the mules had been picketed just inside the door. If the note was found, and he was not, then whoever found it should carry a message to the elder at the village east of the canyon. And the message was that the elder had been right, and that the geologists were sorry, and that the door should be closed again if it could be closed by any means available to the people who would come looking for them. The mule was found 6 days later at a stock tank about 7 miles from the canyon mouth, saddlebag tied to its neck. Inside the bag was the note, along with a small quantity of hard bread, a folding knife, and a lock of hair tied with a piece of thread that a widow in Durango later identified as belonging to her husband. No one recorded the animal's appearance with particular attention, because no one who saw the mule had reason to think its appearance mattered, and by the time anyone connected it to the missing men, weeks.
Don't sweat the technique.
When kids start making money, Chase has expert bankers and smart tools to help them manage it.
Wow, now that's a first deposit. Let's get your account open.
Chase, make more of what's yours.
The follow-up expedition, mounted by the Territorial Survey in late September, did not find the door. Its 3 leaders were experienced. They had Ashworth's rough map and the ethnologist's original report. 11 days were spent in the side canyon and its tributaries, and the final report stated that no structure matching Ashworth's description existed at the coordinates he had provided, and that if such a structure had ever existed, it had been buried, filled in, or otherwise concealed by parties unknown between the disappearance of the first party and the arrival of the second. The report noted that the follow-up party had encountered evidence of what its leader called recent human activity in the canyon, in the form of disturbed sandstone, freshly moved boulders, and the remains of a small fire lit and extinguished within the previous fortnight. The report was filed and the case was closed. Names of the 3 missing men were removed from the active survey rosters, and a small pension was quietly arranged for Colwell's widow through a private appropriation, never itemized in the territorial budget. Mainstream opinion on all of this, insofar as the mainstream has an opinion, is that the 3 geologists most likely died in a rockfall or a flash flood, that the note was written under the stress of an emergency whose actual nature we can no longer reconstruct, that the metal door either did not exist or was a misidentification under poor light, and that correlations with Tartaria and Old World scripts are the products of researchers pattern matching across disconnected data. This position is coherent. It has the advantage of not requiring us to revise our understanding of who built what on the Colorado Plateau, and the further advantage of not requiring us to take the oral tradition of the descendant Pueblos as literal testimony about literal doors. Puebloan elders, when asked about the mainstream position, have generally not answered. When they have answered, they have said that the mainstream is welcome to its position, that the descendants will continue to keep their own counsel about what is in the ground of the country their ancestors walked away from, that the doors, wherever they now are being maintained by the people whose duty it is to maintain them, and that no further discussion is required. Whether the 3 geologists found what they thought they found, whether the elder who tried to warn them was speaking of a real thing or a metaphor they took too literally, and whether the empire that appears on the old European maps, as Tartaria left its fingerprints on the Colorado Plateau as it may have on so many other places, remains a question no one now living is in a position to answer with certainty. The doors, if they exist, are not on the tourist maps. The inscription, if it was ever copied faithfully, has not been published. And the corridor Ashworth walked into with a bullseye lantern in the summer of 1888 is either a hole in the sandstone that never existed, or a hole in the sandstone someone at considerable trouble has kept the rest of us from finding for 100.
Blazing wings that have been 6 for $19.99. Careful, those babies are muy picante.
I can handle the heat. Want to try it?
Yeah. Hey, you're right. It's really not that. Oh, too spicy, too spicy. Big 6 meal for 2 for $19.99.
What's the difference between a Northern Tool and Equipment pressure washer and the kind they have in big box stores? Well, what's the difference between wielding industrial strength PSI and just putting your thumb at the end of the garden hose. But more to the point, what's the difference between opening a giant can of whoop-ass and opening a tiny can of half-ass? Think about it. Northern Tool and Equipment. Get serious.
In the autumn of 1893, an old man sat across from a federal agent in a small wooden room on the Pine Ridge Agency. He had been promised tobacco, a wool blanket, and the assurance that nothing he said would be written down under his own name. The agent leaned forward in his chair and asked the question he had been told to ask. The old man looked at the floor for a long time. He said something soft in his own language. The translator listened, frowned, and refused to render it to English. When the agent pressed, the translator stood up, walked to the door, and said only this: "He will not say. None of them will say. Not until the hills give them permission." The agent closed his notebook. He wrote a single sentence on the cover page. He filed the notebook in a sealed cabinet in Washington that November. It was not opened again for 41 years. By the time it was, the man who had spoken was long dead. The translator had vanished into the reservation rolls, and the hills the agent had been asking about had been carved, dynamited, drilled, and renamed. What the elder refused to say in that room in 1893 has never been recovered in full. But the questions the agent was sent to ask and the records of what other elders said in the same season in the same rooms to the same agency survive in fragments. And those fragments describe something that should not exist beneath the Black Hills. The Black Hills rise out of the prairie in western South Dakota like an island of dark stone. The Lakota call them Ahasapa, the heart of everything that is. They are older than the surrounding plains by hundreds of millions of years, lifted up by forces that geologists still argue about. They contain caves that have never been fully mapped, springs that flow upward against gravity in winter, and granite domes that ring when struck in certain places. For the peoples who lived there before the United States existed, the hills were not a resource. They were a memory. In the second half of the 19th century, that memory began to be erased on schedule. The 1868 Treaty of Fort Laramie set the Black Hills aside as Lakota territory forever. 6 years later, in the summer of 1874, a column of more than 1,000 soldiers under Lieutenant Colonel George Armstrong Custer rode into those hills with geologists, photographers, miners, and a brass band. They were looking for gold. They were also, according to their own quartermaster records, hauling out items that were not gold and not on any official inventory. Within 2 years, the gold rush had begun. Within 9 years, the Lakota had been pushed onto reservations. Within 19 years, a federal agent was sitting across from an old man in a wooden room asking what the elders knew about what lay underneath the hills. The question this script will try to answer is narrow and specific. Between 1874 and 1893, a series of expeditions, surveys, and ethnographic interviews documented the existence of earthen and stone mounds beneath and within the Black Hills. Most of those records were not published. The ones that were edited. The Lakota elders who were interviewed about the mounds in the early 1890s gave answers that the agents and ethnographers described in their own field notes as evasive, fragmentary, or simply refused. By the close of 1893, the official position of the Bureau of American Ethnology was that the mounds of the American interior had been built by the ancestors of the present-day tribes, and that no further explanation was required. The unofficial position, recorded in correspondence that was never meant to be read outside the Bureau, was very different. This is a story about that gap. The first thing to understand is that the Lakota did not call the structures beneath the Black Hills mounds. The word the elders used in the few transcripts that survive translates more closely to sleeping places or to covered ones. The distinction matters. A mound, in the language of 19th century American archaeology, was an earthwork built by human hands to bury the dead or to mark a sacred site. A sleeping place, in the language the elders were using, was something older and stranger. It was a structure that had been there before the Lakota arrived in the region, before the Cheyenne, before the Arikara, before the people the Lakota themselves remembered displacing. The elders described them as already covered when their ancestors first saw them. In the field notes of James Walker, a physician who lived at Pine Ridge from 1896 to 1914 and who collected hundreds of pages of oral history from holy men, the term covered ones appears in at least 7 separate transcripts. Walker's published work, edited heavily before it appeared in print, leaves the term out almost entirely. The original field notes, which sat unpublished in the archives of the Colorado Historical Society until the 1970s, are explicit. The elders told Walker that the covered ones were inside the hills, beneath the hills, and in some cases extending out from the hills under the surrounding prairie for distances that Walker could not bring himself to write down without adding a question mark in the margin. I have to pause here for a second. Because what I just described, that is one case from a much larger pattern. There are 35 documented cases in a document I put together. Different cities, different decades, different types of evidence. Every single one follows the same sequence: discovered, documented, acquired, disappeared. I could not fit all of it into a video. It's in the pinned comment below. Find it before we continue. One transcript, dated to the spring of 1902 but referring to information the speaker said he had received from his grandfather in the 1850s, describes a covered one near the modern town of Hot Springs. The speaker said it was the size of a hill itself, and that it had a door. The door, he said, had been sealed by his grandfather's grandfather, and would not be opened again until the white men had gone. Walker, in his note at the bottom of the page, wrote only this: he would say nothing else about the door. I did not ask again. The pattern in these transcripts is consistent. The elders acknowledged that something was there. They acknowledged that it was old. They acknowledged that it had been sealed deliberately. And then they stopped. The interviewers, by the early 1890s, had learned to recognize the stopping point. It was the same point in every interview. It was the point at which the question turned from what the structures were to who had built them. The earliest written description of an actual mound structure within the Black Hills region comes from the journal of Father Pierre-Jean de Smet, a Belgian Jesuit missionary who travelled through the area in 1848. De Smet was not an archaeologist. He was a priest with an interest in geology, and he wrote in French in a small leather notebook he carried in his saddlebag. The entry from August of 1848, near a location he called the Springs of the Two Faces, describes what he saw. He wrote that he had been led by a Lakota guide to a place on the southern edge of the hills where the prairie gave way to a series of low, regular rises. The rises, he wrote, were not natural. They were too uniform, too aligned, and the soil on top of them was a different color from the soil around them. His guide, whom he identified only by a single initial, refused to walk onto the rises. The guide stood at the edge of the prairie and pointed. De Smet counted what he believed to be 9 of them, arranged in a curve that opened toward the rising sun. At the center of the curve, he wrote, there was a depression in the ground, and at the bottom of the depression, there was stone, cut stone, stone that had been worked. De Smet did not return to the site. His journal was sent to his superiors in St. Louis and then to Rome, where it sat in the archives of the Society of Jesus until the 1960s. When a Belgian historian named Father Henry Bonfoy transcribed it in 1967, he noted that the section describing the cut stone had been crossed out in pencil, in a different hand, at some point between 1848 and the journal's deposit in Rome. Bonfoy published the entry anyway. The location De Smet described, by every reasonable mapping of his route, sits within 10 miles of what is now Wind Cave National Park. What De Smet saw in 1848 was not unique. A trader named Antoine Janis, working out of Fort Laramie in the 1850s, told a US Army officer in 1858 that he had seen similar formations on the western slope of the hills, near what is now the Wyoming border. A surveyor named Walter Jenny, sent into the hills by the federal government in 1875 to assess the gold deposits Custer's expedition had reported, wrote in his official report of a series of low, regular elevations near the headwaters of French Creek that did not match the surrounding geology. Jenny did not investigate them. His report was published. The paragraph about the elevations was removed from the version distributed to Congress. The Custer expedition of 1874 changed everything. It changed the legal status of the Black Hills, the relationship between the Lakota and the United States, and the demographic future of the entire region. It also changed what could be said in print about what lay beneath the hills. Custer brought with him a geologist named Newton Winchell, a photographer named William Illingworth, and a scientific staff of more than a dozen men. The expedition was supposed to be a military reconnaissance. It functioned, in practice, as the largest archaeological survey of the Black Hills ever conducted up to that date. Winchell's field journals, which survive in the collections of the University of Minnesota, describe at least 4 locations within the hills where the expedition encountered structures that Winchell could not identify as natural. One of them, near what is now the town of Custer, South Dakota, he described as a circle of standing stones approximately 40 feet across, with a flat slab in the center that bore markings he could not read. Winchell drew the markings in pencil in the margin of his journal. The drawing survives. The markings do not resemble any known petroglyph style from the region. They do not resemble Lakota, Cheyenne, or Arikara work. They consist of straight lines, angles, and a series of small drilled holes arranged in patterns that some later observers have compared to constellation maps. Winchell himself made no comparison. He wrote only that the slab was old, that the surrounding stones were aligned with what appeared to be deliberate intent, and that the Lakota guides with the expedition refused to approach the circle. Illingworth, the photographer, took at least 2 glass plate negatives of the site. One of them survives in the National Archives. The other was logged into the expedition inventory in August of 1874 and is no longer present in any catalogue. It was last referenced in a memo dated September of 1893, in which an unnamed clerk at the War Department asked for its location and was told that it had been transferred to the Smithsonian for study. The Smithsonian has no record of receiving it. The pattern that begins in 1874 and accelerates over the next 19 years is one of objects, photographs, and field notes that exist, are catalogued, and then are quietly moved out of the public record. Not destroyed, moved. The clerks who handled the transfers were meticulous. They created paper trails. The paper trails simply end, in every case, in 1893. In 1881, the United States Congress authorized the Bureau of American Ethnology, then a young division of the Smithsonian Institution, to undertake a comprehensive survey of the prehistoric mounds of the eastern and central United States.
Say goodbye to occasional gas and bloating with Floor Store probiotic gummies.
Hey, Dan here. You know, I thought growing up would be the worst, but then I found a way to hack it all. It's called AAA. With AAA, it's all about the perks. Just like being a kid, except with better snacks and no bedtime. Yes, it pays to be a member.
The project was assigned to a botanist turned archaeologist named Cyrus Thomas. Over the next 12 years, Thomas and his team examined more than 2,000 mound sites from Wisconsin to Florida. The final report, more than 700 pages long, was published in 1894 under the title Report on the Mound Explorations of the Bureau of Ethnology. The conclusion of the report is famous in the history of American archaeology. Thomas argued that the mound builders were not a separate vanished race, as 19th century. In 1894, a man named Alexander McLeod arrived in the high desert of northern Arizona with a government survey crew, a leather-bound journal, and a standing order to document the indigenous peoples of the region before what Washington called the inevitable march of civilization erased them entirely. He was not a journalist. He was not an anthropologist. He was a land surveyor who happened to speak 3 languages and who had developed, over the course of 2 decades, working the American West, an unusual habit of actually listening to the people he met. What he wrote down over the course of 47 days among the Hopi villages of the Painted Desert was not supposed to be remarkable. It was supposed to be a bureaucratic record, census data, agricultural notes, descriptions of dwellings and water sources and tribal governance structures. Instead, it became one of the strangest documents in the entire archive of American frontier ethnography. Because what the Hopi elders told MacLeod, through his Navajo interpreter, a man identified only as Hostine K in the journal, was not about water sources. It was not about agriculture. What they told him, over repeated evenings around fire, was about the ones who had been here before, the ones who lived beneath the desert. The ones they called, in the original Hopi, by a word MacLeod attempted to transliterate as Quiya-to-wi, the hairy ones. And what surrounds that account, when you dig into it, when you pull every thread available, is not a simple piece of indigenous folklore. It is something considerably more difficult to explain. MacLeod's journal sat in a private collection for nearly 60 years after his death in 1931. His daughter donated it to the Northern Arizona Museum's archival annex in 1953, where it was catalogued and forgotten. It was not digitized. It was not cross-referenced with other ethnographic accounts. It sat in a flat archival box, wrapped in acid-free paper, for decades. The document surfaced in wider research circles only in 1987, when a historian named Patricia Solano Vick noticed a reference to it in a 1909 Bureau of Indian Affairs report filed by a field agent named Walter Crosby, who had himself spent time among the Hopi 15 years after MacLeod. Crosby's report, filed from the Keams Canyon Agency, mentioned MacLeod's account in a single dismissive line. He called it, and this is a direct quote from the BIA archive, a collection of native superstitions unworthy of formal consideration, though notable for their internal consistency across multiple villages. That phrase. Internal consistency across multiple villages. Crosby was not trying to make the account sound credible, he was trying to minimize it. But in doing so, he accidentally confirmed something that MacLeod himself had noted in his journal, a detail that tends to get lost in casual retellings of this story. MacLeod did not speak to one Hopi elder. He did not hear this story once, from one source, in one village, on one night. He heard it, in substantially similar form, from 7 separate elders, across 4 different Mesa villages, over the course of 6 weeks. The details varied slightly, the way any oral tradition varies in its telling. But the core of it remained constant. Something was beneath the desert. Something that had been there for a very long time. Something that was not human in the way that the Hopi understood humans to be. To understand why this matters, you need to understand something about the geography of the region MacLeod was surveying. The Colorado Plateau, covering roughly 130,000 square miles of the American Southwest, is riddled with natural cave systems, lava tubes, and sandstone formations that create underground chambers of remarkable size. The area around the Hopi Mesas sits atop the Kaibab Limestone Formation, extending across much of northern Arizona and heavily karsted in certain zones. Karst means caves, extensive ones, some unmapped even today. Karst topography means cave systems, extensive ones, some of them unmapped even today. The Hopi knew this. Their sacred geography is organized around the Sipapu, the place of emergence through which the ancestors climbed from a previous world into this one. It is not metaphor. There is a physical Sipapu in the Little Colorado River Canyon, a domed travertine mound the Hopi have been making pilgrimage to for centuries. The underground is the origin point. The underground is not a foreign concept to Hopi cosmology. It is the origin point. But what the elders described to MacLeod was different from the sacred ancestors who emerged from below. What they described was something that had never emerged, something that remained. MacLeod's journal entry for the 17th of September, 1894, reads in part as follows, and I am reading this from the transcription published in the 1989 edition of the Journal of Arizona History, which reproduced several pages of the original document in facsimile. The old man Talasquaptewa, who is considered among his people to hold great ceremonial knowledge, told me through Hostine K that there are beings who dwell in the stone places beneath the sand and the rock. He was careful to I have to pause here for a second, because what I just described, that is one case from a much larger pattern. There are 35 documented cases in a document I put together. Different cities, different decades, different types of evidence. Every single one follows the same sequence: discovered, documented, acquired, disappeared. I could not fit all of it into a video. It's in the pinned comment below. Find it before we continue. Distinguish these beings from the Kachina spirits, saying several times that these are not spirits but flesh, as we are. Flesh, though not as we are. He said they are large. He spread his hands to indicate great height, gesturing to a point above his own head by what I estimated to be 2 to 3 feet. He said they are covered in hair of a reddish-brown color, not like the hair of a man's head, but covering the whole of the body as an animal is covered. He said their hands have more fingers than a man's hands. He said they do not speak in any language known to the people, but they make sounds that the very old ones, those with particular gifts, could sometimes understand. More fingers than a man's hands. That is a specific detail. It is not the kind of detail you invent for a general story about underground spirits. It is the kind of detail that enters an oral tradition because someone, at some point, observed something and reported it with precision, and that precision was then preserved because it was considered important. MacLeod returned to this detail in a later entry, writing that 2 separate elders, in separate conversations, both mentioned the extra digits without prompting from him or from the interpreter. The description of the beings themselves, large, hair-covered, with unusual hands, underground and ancient, is the part of this account that tends to attract the most attention in certain research communities, and it is the part that connects to a much broader pattern of documentation that most people have never been assembled into a single coherent picture, because the Hopi were not alone in this. In 1896, just 2 years after MacLeod was in Arizona, a Smithsonian researcher named James Benson was conducting ethnographic interviews among the Paiute people of southern Nevada. His field notes, housed in the National Anthropological Archives, contain a passage describing what Paiute oral tradition called the Sita-Ka, a name debated by researchers for more than a century. The Paiute description of the Sita-Ka contains certain elements that parallel the Hopi account almost exactly. Large in stature, covered in reddish hair, associated with underground or cave dwelling, considered ancient, predating the Paiute themselves. The Paiute went further than the Hopi in one specific respect. They said the Sita-Ka were not merely old, they said they were remnants. They said the Sita-Ka were what remained of a people who had once lived above ground, across a very wide territory, and who had retreated below, or been driven below, long before the ancestors of the Paiute arrived in the region. This brings us to the question that the conventional academic framework has never adequately answered. If these accounts are purely mythological constructs, why do they share operational specifics across tribal groups that had limited contact with each other and entirely distinct linguistic and ceremonial traditions? The Hopi are a Uto-Aztecan language group. The Paiute are also Uto-Aztecan, but a distinct branch with significant cultural divergence and non-overlapping ceremonial systems. And yet the specific physical description, size, hair color, subterranean dwelling, great antiquity, and the detail of unusual digits in the Hopi account, these elements appear across both traditions, and they appear elsewhere too. The Navajo tradition contains accounts of the Naye beings considered dangerous and ancient, including entities described as having great physical size and as inhabiting deep places in the earth. The Navajo are Athabascan in origin, a completely different language family from the Hopi and the Paiute. Their arrival in the southwest postdates the Hopi by several centuries, and yet the deep place beings appear. And yet the deep place beings appear. In the Zuni tradition, a linguistic isolate with no confirmed relatives anywhere in the world, restricted ceremonial knowledge held by particular religious societies, contains accounts of physical beings that early Spanish missionary documentation from the 1600s described, with obvious European filtering as demons of the earth. Father Marcos de Niza, one of the earliest Europeans to reach Zuni territory in 1539, wrote in his official report to the Viceroy of New Spain that the local people speak of great creatures in the earth below, ancient and terrible, which their grandfathers' grandfathers knew, and they are not of the devil as we understand the devil, but our flesh as men are flesh, only different in their making. Flesh as men are flesh, only different in their making. This is a Spanish Catholic priest in 1539, writing down what indigenous informants told him. He is filtering it through his own theological framework, reaching for the word devil and then explicitly pulling back from it, landing instead on the phrase different in their making. Different in their making. That is not how you describe a spirit. That is not how you describe a metaphor. That is how you describe a physical being whose biological reality you are trying to articulate without the vocabulary to do it. Now we need to talk about the Tartarian framework, because that is where this particular piece of evidence sits within a much larger architecture of suppressed or misinterpreted history. The Tartarian hypothesis draws on anomalous architectural evidence, suppressed cartographic history, unusual geological features, and accounts like the ones we have been examining. The core argument is that the historical record as currently taught omits evidence of a prior global civilization of significant sophistication, one that preceded the civilizations we are told began in Mesopotamia. The Tartarian framework takes its name from historical maps describing a vast territory across Central Asia labeled Tartaria or Grand Tartary, which appears on European maps as late as the 18th century as a major geopolitical entity and then disappears from the cartographic record entirely. The argument is that they show something the current historical timeline cannot explain, but the architectural and cartographic evidence, as compelling as it is, tends to dominate the Tartarian conversation to the exclusion of the biological evidence, the evidence of beings, of remnants, of the things that may have survived. And the accounts from the Hopi, the Paiute, the Navajo, the Zuni, from Father Marcos de Niza, from Alexander MacLeod's 1894 journal, these are biological evidence. Or rather, they are witness testimony to biological evidence. MacLeod, to his credit, did not simply record what the elders said and move on. He asked questions. Austin Kay, the interpreter, was apparently skilled enough and trusted enough by both parties to allow for actual dialogue rather than simple monologue. And so MacLeod's journal contains not just the elders' statements, but his own follow-up questions and their answers. He asked whether any living Hopi had seen the beings with their own eyes. The response, recorded for the evening of September 19th, 1894, was this. Talasquaptewa said that his grandfather's father had seen one near the place they call the Red Chamber, which, Hosteen K explained, is a specific cave or chamber system in the rock formation to the north of their village. He said the man came upon it at the entrance to the Red Chamber in the early morning before sunrise, and that the creature was returning to the interior. He described it exactly as the others had described, of great height, reddish hair over the body, moving on two legs but with a hunched posture, and that when it became aware of the man watching it, it made a sound like a large animal in pain, and then descended into the rock and was gone. Moving on, two legs but with a hunched posture. That is a postural description. That is someone reporting the locomotion of a physical being with enough observational care to distinguish its posture from that of an upright human. And there...
Become a leader in learning with a master's degree from WGU. Learn more at wgu.edu. Inside Allergan reverse osmosis, powerful multi-stage filtration reduces up to 90 contaminants you can't see. Because when it comes to your water and what keeps it clean, it's what's inside that counts.
I'm Maya, and these are my breasts. From sports bras to minimizer bras, we've had a complicated relationship. And then I found a lump, breast cancer. During treatment, I asked about Kisqali, a pill that can help reduce my risk of cancer returning. Now, I have a new perspective on what matters.
Kisqali with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with stage 2 and 3 HR positive, HER2 negative, early breast cancer with a high risk of recurrence. Kisqali may cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood cell counts that may result in serious infections. Life-threatening lung problems and abnormal heartbeats can occur. Your doctor should test your heart and blood before and during treatment. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening cough, chest pain, or dizziness. Before taking Kisqali, tell your doctor all your medical conditions, medicines you take, and if you're breastfeeding, pregnant, or planning to be, as it can harm an unborn baby. Common side effects include nausea, headache, and tiredness.
I'm doing more today to help protect my tomorrow because I'm more than just breast cancer.
There is one more detail in MacLeod's account of that particular exchange that has not been widely discussed. A detail that is easy to gloss over, and that becomes considerably more significant when you place it in context. MacLeod asked where the Red Chamber was. Talasquattewa refused to say. He refused, not because he didn't know. He refused because, as he explained through the interpreter, the location of the Red Chamber was considered knowledge that should not be shared with outsiders. Before I go further, that document in the pinned comment. If you have not found it yet, go there now, because everything I cover in these videos is one piece of a pattern that only becomes visible when you see all 35 cases together. The document shows you the full pattern. What I can show you here is the surface. What is down there is everything underneath it. Pinned comment, now, then come back. Because the entrance to the chamber was also considered an entrance to a domain that, in his words, still had occupants, as of 1,894. Let's stay with the geography for a moment, because it matters enormously. The area north of the Hopi Mesas, in the direction corresponding to the Red Chamber's location, as MacLeod could best triangulate from context, encompasses portions of what is now Canyon de Chelly and the edge of the Chinle Formation, the banded red and orange rock that covers thousands of square miles across Arizona and Utah. It is precisely the color you would call painted desert. The Chinle Formation dates to the Triassic period, roughly 200 to 230 million years ago, and it contains within its layers extensive voids, natural cavities, and cave systems that are imperfectly mapped even now. In 1909, 15 years after MacLeod, the explorer John Wetherill was guiding a small expedition through the canyon country of what is now southeastern Utah and northern Arizona, when his Navajo guides refused to enter a particular side canyon that Wetherill described in his field notes as having the look of old habitation, though of a kind he could not identify. The Navajo guides told him, according to Wetherill's notes, that the canyon was inhabited by things older than the Navajo people, that these things were physical and not spiritual, and that the canyon was not to be entered because those who entered did not always return. The canyon, based on Wetherill's geographic descriptions, sits within the broader Monument Valley region of the Navajo Nation. Wetherill was not a credulous man. He noted the guide's warning, noted his own observation that the canyon appeared to have signs of habitation he could not identify, and chose to move on, writing only that a man in unfamiliar country does not argue with those who know it. He did not see anything himself, but the pattern of witness testimony from people with intimate knowledge of the land, given consistently and with internal detail, is worth considering carefully. Now we arrive.
It's Alex. I have an amazing story for you today. I've got the story of just one of these toxic chemicals. And I'm going to start at the beginning. Now, I know that means I'm going to tell you a little history, and that's not the sexiest thing in the world. But I'll keep it brief for you. But the fact is, sometimes you got to learn the facts if you want to be able to separate truth from garbage. So, you're going to want to listen to this one, because by the end of the video, you're going to learn how, if you're an American, this chemical has hurt your brain in a measurable way. That's not just me talking, that's the science. Speaking of which, below the video, there will be links to all the articles, published books, encyclopedia, all the stuff I cite. Just look at the time I say it, and there'll be a link to the right. The chemical I'm talking about is lead. Now you may know that lead's gotten into our water. Still does sometimes. It's been in our homes, it's gotten into our food, it's even been in some cosmetics. But I think what people kind of forget is how much lead has gotten into our air. This is the story of tetraethyl lead, which all happened due to leaded gasoline. Now this is a crazy story because lead was known to be dangerous for a couple hundred years. Benjamin Franklin wrote about it. There's even a law in the 1700s saying you can't use lead to filter your rum. People knew lead was bad for your brain. The League of Nations passed a law against lead and paint in 1923. We knew lead was dangerous. So it's really fucked up that in 1925, a guy by the name of Thomas Midgley got a patent for leaded gasoline. Thomas Midgley is a name you're going to want to remember because this guy has fucked up a lot of stuff. He's the same guy who invented the chlorofluorocarbons that made a dent in our atmosphere, in our ozone layer. This guy was a scientist, a millionaire. Everyone thought he was a genius. Turns out history is not quite that simple. So this guy Midgley, along with DuPont, a chemical company you might have heard of, and General Motors, all formed this ethyl corporation, made leaded gasoline. They called it ethyl because people knew lead was dangerous, so they thought the name ethyl sounded safer. That's in 1925. Surgeon General rightly said, "Hey, is this safe, guys?" And Midgley said, and I quote, "There's no actual experimental data that's been taken. Quote, the average street will probably be so free from lead, it will be impossible to detect it or its absorption." End quote. Turns out he was wrong. Nonetheless, a scientific study was commissioned by the Bureau of Mines. And while that study was going on, something interesting happened. Workers in the factories in New Jersey making this leaded gasoline started having serious health problems. Several went insane, and not just a little crazy, but running around screaming, taken away in straitjackets in the stadium. 5 of them did, and 17 workers died. Kind of a warning sign, don't you think? Nonetheless, the Bureau of Mines study came out after that and said, nope, there's no public risk. Junk science. So the New York Times ran an article with the title, quote, "No peril to public after a long experiment with motor exhaust." I can see why people don't trust what they read in the paper these days. I can see why people would be skeptical. You always have a right to be skeptical. That's one of the lessons here, just because scientists, or people who say they're scientists or say they're experts, say it's true, doesn't necessarily make it true. So nonetheless, some actual scientists and actual experts who knew lead was dangerous kept complaining about this. And a meeting was called for, and a temporary ban was put on lead. So another junk study was commissioned. This one looked at gas station attendants. And because they didn't see any immediate harmful effects, they concluded lead must be safe. Turns out that's not how lead poisoning works. It's not gonna make you die right away unless it's an incredibly high dose, like was happening with the workers at the factories. Smaller doses can give you all sorts of problems over the long term. But they had a bad study, and so in 1926, they declared it safe. So by the 30s, 70% of the gasoline was leaded. And by the 1970s, 200,000 tons of lead was being put into the air we breathe every year. And all along the way, people were complaining about this. In 1936, the Federal Trade Commission issued a restraining order against the commercial criticism of lead. So, in the end, it took 70 years to undo this damage. And it's still in certain types of airplane fuel called avgas. So 70 years to get lead out of gasoline. But that doesn't mean it's all fixed. Because the fact is, there's still some in the atmosphere. So now, with our much improved science, we can conclusively show that of those hundreds of thousands of tons of lead that went into the atmosphere, those correlate very well with the amount of lead that's in our blood. And the research shows, shockingly, that that lines up almost perfectly with a loss of IQ. If you're born in America, odds are you lost 5 to 6 IQ points because of the lead that was in gasoline from the 20s through the 70s. Is that not crazy? And here's what's crazy, is there was an alternative this whole time. There was something called an alcohol mix. And they knew about it from the beginning. That was a viable, safe replacement. It just wasn't as profitable. So the lesson here is, they tell you it's safe, can you trust them? In the 1960s, they said that 60 micrograms of lead for every deciliter of blood, that's how they measure your blood level of lead. They said 60 is a safe amount. In the 70s, they said, oh, whoops, it's actually more like 40 is the safe amount. And they corrected themselves again in the 70s and said, no, it's actually 30. Then in the 80s, they're like, no, it's actually 20 micrograms per deciliter. It's a small change. 90s, they dropped it down to 10. And today, the CDC says there is no safe level for lead in the bloodstream for children. You think that's crazy? If you look at the research, people have found that the lead poisoning in people's blood, which has come from the air, accounts for a huge amount of violence in America. When you look at the charts, the drop of lead when we took it out of gas might account for up to 50% of the reduction in violent crimes over the last 50 years. Lead relates to ADHD, and it's a really crazy story. And this isn't the only chemical where this has happened, where it got introduced, there was evidence it was dangerous right away, somebody gets rich off it, people might try to sue, and again, somebody tried to sue the lead, somebody tried to warn the lead company, they got sued by the lead company for researching its dangers. A guy named Byers. So it's a really shocking story. And that's just what we know about lead. We don't really understand the human body too well. So, what else could it be affected? Could it be related to any of these other problems? Hard to say. You don't know what you don't know. here's what really makes me angry. Is that lead is still a problem today. It's still in painting houses. It's still in pipes like in Flint. It's still used in a lot of other countries. And it's still even in, our atmosphere. Up to 100 tons, I believe, from airplane fuel. That's not okay. And why did I not learn about this in school? I always thought people who said,
Professor.
All right, think of a poison. I read your mind. Arsenic, right? Well, arsenic actually is a metal. And when we talk about arsenic being a poison, we're talking about compounds of arsenic, like arsenic trioxide or arsenic sulfide. Those are the classic ones. Arsenic sulfide is available as realgar or orpiment. These are naturally occurring minerals known to the ancients. So poisoning with arsenic goes back a long time. But most people, of course, are familiar with the 1944 movie, Arsenic and Old Lace, or they've read Agatha Christie, who used arsenic as a poison, or perhaps heard stories about Napoleon, who was poisoned, so the story goes, by the British. Or, if you don't like that story, arsenic used in the wallpaper where he was imprisoned, leached out into the air, and that poisoned him. Anyway, we know that arsenic is highly toxic. The Borgias, of course, used it to poison people. And then there was Giuliana Tofana, an Italian lady who specialized in creating wealthy widows by poisoning their husbands. It's not surprising that royalty was worried about being poisoned, and mostly by arsenic, and kings had tasters. And of course, they could dispense with the taster. The taster perished. They knew not to partake of the food. In ancient Korea, though, the kings had a different idea. They knew something about chemistry. They knew something about silver and tarnishing. Silver, of course, is a bright, lustrous metal. But you know that if you leave it out into the air, this is what happens. It tarnishes. That is not silver oxide. That is silver sulfide. It happens because the air has traces of hydrogen sulfide that react with silver and you get the tarnish. Of course, it can be cleaned off, but this is the bane of silverware collectors. Arsenic sulfide will react with silver to tarnish the silver. And the ancient Korean kings were aware of this. So what did they do to detect arsenic in the food, if there was any? They would resort to silver chopsticks. The idea was that if there was arsenic sulfide in the food, the silver would tarnish. Not likely to have worked because you need quite a bit of arsenic to tarnish the silver, and furthermore, it doesn't happen right away. Also, there are other foods that contain sulfides like garlic, so if they were eating garlic, that also would have tarnished the silver. But there is something interesting, though, historically, about the use of the silver chopsticks, because in Asia, of course, chopsticks have been popular for a very long time, made of bamboo or other types of wood. But Korea is the only Asian nation where metal chopsticks are still used. And that probably goes back to the time of the ancient kings, because the people wanted to emulate what the kings were doing, but of course they couldn't afford silver chopsticks, so they started to make chopsticks out of other metals. And that tradition has continued to this day. If you go to a Korean restaurant, a proper Korean restaurant, you will be given metal chopsticks. Of course, you won't be eating any food that is tainted with arsenic. Most likely you will be dining on kimchi, which is a fermented food, and it's very interesting because it contains a lot of bacteria, and as a probiotic, it is said to be good for us. So you don't have to worry about arsenic in the kimchi. However, the salt content, that's quite stunning. Of course, when you eat it occasionally, as we do in North America, it's not a worry. But in Korea, where they eat it often 3 times a day, there's a frightening increase in hypertension and also gastric cancer that has been linked with the high salt content. And of course, the metal chopsticks are not going to detect the salt.
Last week, the Florida Health Department published a fairly large study, you can see it up on your screen, in which they found arsenic in 28 out of the 46 brands of candies that they tested. And these are not some off-label candy brands you've never heard about before. These are actually the very same ones sold in your local supermarket, and probably they're the very same ones in your cupboard in your kitchen right now. Things like Laffy Taffy, Nerds Gummy Clusters, Jolly Ranchers, things like that. And so in today's episode, let's go through the details of this study together, starting with 2 pieces of housekeeping. Firstly, please do smash those like and subscribe buttons so that this video can be picked up by the YouTube algorithm and shared to ever more people. Thank you for that. And secondly, a quick disclaimer. I myself was obviously not able to independently verify these test results myself. And so I'm just reporting to you what the Florida Health Department found in the course of their research. And along that line, I will also mention that the National Confectioners Association, which is the trade group which actually represents U.S. candy makers, once this study came out, they disputed the findings, calling them misguided, and then they added the following in their public statement. Quote, chocolate and candy are safe to eat and can be enjoyed as treats as they have been for centuries. Florida has chosen sound bites over science, ignoring this science-based program in favor of publishing unsourced materials that amount to little more than a scare tactic. Now, we'll get back to their statement a bit later, but with that caveat out of the way, let me give you a bit of background here. In 2025, amidst the federal level Make America Healthy Again agenda, the MAHA agenda forwarded by RFK Jr., the state of Florida launched something known as the Healthy Florida First Initiative. In the state's budget, roughly $5 million was earmarked for this initiative in order to increase the testing of food products for things like heavy metals, bacteria, pesticides, as well as microplastics. Now, the very first public release from this Florida initiative came earlier in January when the state of Florida announced their findings in respect to baby formula. Here was, in fact, Governor Ron DeSantis on January 9th making the statement about the top line findings. Quote, the Florida Department of Health tested 24 infant formula products widely available in Florida and found elevated levels of heavy metals like mercury in 16, pointing to systemic problems in sourcing or manufacturing. Now, to be specific, the Florida state researchers, they found elevated levels of things like arsenic, cadmium, lead, as well as mercury in several well-known baby formula brands available both in Florida as well as nationwide. And by the way, just for your convenience, I will throw the results of that earlier finding. You can find it down in the description box below. There'll be a link there. Regardless, though, about a month after the baby formula study was published, the Florida State researchers published their second study, the one pertaining to candy. And here was how that study was generally conducted. Quote, candy was purchased online and from stores across the state and reportedly analyzed by a certified laboratory using EPA method 6010D, a standardized metals testing method that measures total arsenic but does not distinguish between organic and inorganic forms, the latter of which is considered more toxic. And just for your reference, arsenic can get into our food supply through mainly one of 2 ways. Either it can come in through environmental factors. Since arsenic can be found in both the soil as well as in groundwater, it can sometimes make it into the final food product on the shelf. And then also, besides the environmental factor, it can also come in through contamination through the actual process of making the food in a factory. Now, the study did not look at how the arsenic was getting in, They were only testing the amount of it in the final product on the store shelf. All right, just to pause here for a super quick moment, I'd like to introduce our sponsor and my own personal gold dealer, American Hartford Gold. Now, as soon as the latest round of tariffs hit, almost immediately, the stock market hit some serious waves, we could say. It became super turbulent, very volatile, and of course, these conditions don't just affect Wall Street, they affect all of us with our investments and our retirement accounts. That's why I want to introduce a company that I trust and I use myself to help secure my own savings, American Hartford Gold. They specialize in helping Americans move their assets into something tangible, something you can actually hold, physical gold and physical silver. Two precious metals that help me sleep better at night, knowing that I have a hedge against all those brilliant decisions being made over in Washington. Now, they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, they have thousands of 5-star reviews, and they make the whole buying process super simple. Your metals can be shipped directly to your doorstep, or you can transfer your current retirement account to a tax-advantaged gold IRA. And the best part is that right now, American Hartford Gold is offering an exclusive buy one, get one deal for my viewers. When you call them and mention my name, Roman, for every 1 ounce of gold that you purchase, you can get 1 ounce of free silver. And so, take advantage of this special offer. Either call 866-242-2352 or simply text Roman to 65532. That's again, 866-242-2352 or text Roman to 65532. I'll also throw their information. It'll be down in the description box below. And also, it's worth mentioning the general risk of arsenic, especially the risk of low-level continuous exposure to arsenic. Quote, arsenic is a unique element with distinct physical characteristics and toxicity whose importance in public health is well recognized. The toxicity of arsenic varies across its different forms. While the carcinogenicity of arsenic has been confirmed, the mechanisms behind the diseases occurring after acute or chronic exposure to arsenic are not well understood. Inorganic arsenic has been confirmed as a human carcinogen that can induce skin, lung, and bladder cancer. There are also reports of its significant association to liver, prostate, and bladder cancer. Recent studies have also suggested a relationship with diabetes, neurological effects, cardiac disorders, and reproductive organs, but further studies are required to confirm these associations. The majority of research to date has examined cancer incidence after a high exposure to high concentrations of arsenic. However, numerous studies have reported various health effects caused by chronic exposure to low concentrations of arsenic. And I would imagine it would be that last part, the chronic exposure to low concentrations of arsenic, which would apply in this case. Now, with all that as the general backdrop, the Florida Department of Health, they bought those 46 different candy product brands, and those candy product brands were manufactured by 10 separate companies, and of them, 28 were found to have elevated levels of arsenic. Here was Florida's First Lady, Miss Casey DeSantis, announcing the study's findings in a press conference held down in Florida.
You know, there's a reasonable expectation that our food supply, especially foods marketed to children, should not contain toxic chemicals. Through independent testing conducted by certified laboratories, the Florida Department of Health tested 46 different candy brands from 10 different companies. Of those, 33 were traditional, well-known candies, brands that we grew up with, things like Three Musketeers and Snickers and Skittles and Nerds and Kit Kats and Jolly Ranchers. In 26 of the 33 traditional candy brands tested, arsenic was detected at elevated levels.
Now, if we go to the website that was set up by the Florida Department of Health to showcase their findings, we can see candy brands like Black Forest Gummy Bears with 370 parts per billion arsenic, Laffy Taffy Banana with 480, Nerds Gummy Clusters with 500, Jolly Rancher Hard Candy Sour Apple with 540, Kit Kat Bars with 230, Sour Patch Kids with 470, and so on. I will throw the links to those findings. You'll be able to find them down in the description box below for your convenience. A quick shout out to our new coffee sponsor, Hunter's Blend Coffee. It's a great brand run by patriots. The coffee is great, it's fresh. They actually source their beans from the top 6% of Q-graded beans. And then they roast and package it right here in the US and ship it directly to your doorstep in vacuum sealed packages, super fresh. So check them out. The link will be down there in the description box below. They support the show, let's support them right back. Now, right next to the arsenic parts per billion, there are 2 other columns. Those columns, they require just a bit of explaining. Basically, those Florida researchers, they looked at how much arsenic is safe for an adult to eat in a given year, and then they extrapolated the data for kids, accounting for the fact that kids are smaller and weigh less than adults. And so using those calculated values, the researchers found, as just one example, the annual limit for the number of Kit Kat pieces that a child should consume, meaning, I should mention, the max that they should consume in a given year is just a little over 2 pieces. Same thing for a Three Musketeers bar, just a little over 2 pieces, which really just shows you how shocking these numbers are, given the fact that in a single bag, you might have upwards of 5 times the annual limit that these researchers set up. In fact, to that exact point, here was Casey DeSantis speaking to Fox News about the disparity between the number of pieces in a bag compared to the annual limit that the researchers suggest. Take a listen.
Yeah, so 20 and 40 times the amount of arsenic that we might find in other candies, right? And so this is problematic. But here's the thing. When you look at it, the context and perspective is really important. And our Surgeon General said it's not necessarily just one individual piece of candy. It's when you're eating a lot of it. So let me give you a definition of what a lot is. For nerds, if you're consuming more than 96 nerds, that is more than what you should be consuming in a year as it pertains to arsenic consumption. So kids aren't eating just 96 nerds. When you think about a box typically has 2,000 nerds in it, or one of those big boxes that you might get at a movie theater that has 8,000 nerds. So 96, I mean, they're going to eat more than that. And then you look at arsenic in aggregate. So you look at Twix and another, Milky Way or what have you, and it starts to add up, and you're going well beyond what the Florida Department of Health would say is a safe level of arsenic, for a year.
Now, one obvious danger you might have after listening to all that is how realistic is this danger? I mean, we probably all ate a lot of candy growing up, and probably very few of us got arsenic poisoning. That might be true. However, one of the guiding principles of the MAHA agenda, the Make America Healthy Again agenda, of which, again, I should mention the Florida initiative is just one component, is to look at the environmental factors overall to see what exactly is causing so many health problems for young Americans. It's to look at all the component parts and then consider how they add up together. And so, for instance, you get arsenic in the candy, you get cadmium in the baby formula, you get PFAS, forever chemicals in the drinking water, you get microplastics in the disposable coffee cups, you get literally pounds, dozens of pounds of sugar from these soft drinks, and then seemingly, all of a sudden, there's health problems popping up everywhere. And so the findings in regards to arsenic in candy is just one environmental factor of many. And as I mentioned at the very top of the episode, the trade organization representing the candy manufacturers believe that these Florida findings are exaggerated. Quote, the National Confectioners Association criticized Florida for relying on benchmarks that do not align with current federal regulatory standards or peer-reviewed science for confectionery products. The association also argued that calculating risk based on hypothetical annual consumption levels could create unnecessary alarm and confusion. The association pointed instead to the Food and Drug Administration's Closer to Zero initiative and the agency's newly released Total Diet Study Interface, which it said shows significantly lower arsenic levels in confectionery products than those reported by Florida. However, to this criticism, Florida officials came out and they said that the Florida Health Department's testing is meant to add to rather than to replace federal food safety efforts. And so there you have it. If you want to read the full study as well as the findings for each individual candy brand, I will throw a link to the results both for the candy as well as the baby formula. You'll be able to find it down in the description box below. And I don't know, you perhaps use that list to do your shopping. That would be my suggestion, but who knows? I'm just a guy making an episode on the internet, so legally, I guess I have to say, you don't have to listen to me. So that's that. You can find that all down in the description box below. Smash those like and subscribe buttons. And then lastly, I'll also mention that we at the Epoch Times recently published a really good documentary regarding Charlie Kirk. It sort of acts as a memorial to Charlie Kirk while at the same time tracing the quote-unquote extremist label that was slapped on him by the media, as well as how it evolved over time, became a monster of its own, and eventually led to his assassination. It's a great documentary. Check it out. You can find it on the Epoch Times website. I'll also link it down in the description box below. It took us several months to put together post his death. It took traveling around the country as well as over to Europe to get those interviews. And it really is both a good memorial to him, a good sort of examination of his legacy, his effect on the country, Good evening, and right before we dive into the story on parasites, I'll quickly mention that if you were just tired of the media landscape in this country with the bias and the pushing of narratives and just the ignoring of inconvenient stories, well, you're in luck. You can consider trying the Epic Times. Right now, you can still catch the Labor Day sale, which is kind of funny. Labor Day is so far away, but you can still catch that sale, and it's a great deal. It's only 50 cents a week for the entire year. And by trying it, you can get access to everything. All the infographics we have up on there, all the videos, the documentaries, the great articles, the analysis pieces, everything. And so again, if you've been looking for an honest source of news that actually respects your intelligence, consider trying the Epic Times. The link will be right there at the top of the description box below. Again, it's only 50 cents a week for the whole year. You can cancel anytime, so there's really no risk to try. And they're also offering 2 free gifts with that trial subscription. So click on that link, check out what those gifts are, and I hope you try the Epic Times. Now, shifting gears, let's dive into the main topic, which has to do with this right here. It's what's known as a kissing bug, which is, you can say, a pretty nice sounding name considering what this thing actually is. It's literally a blood-sucking parasite. They're about an inch long. They're usually dark brown or black with these red or orange markings around the edges of their bodies. And in recent years, they've become, you can say, fairly common in the southern part of the country, the southern states, especially in Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, as well as the southern part of California. Although, I think it's worth mentioning, there have also been reported sightings of these particular bugs in at least 24 other states as well. In fact, up on your screen, this is a map from the CDC showing all of the different states where there have been reports of these kissing bugs. And that's, by the way, just here in the US. Down in Mexico, in Central America, as well as in South America, they are a lot more common and ubiquitous. But here in the US, well, they're basically concentrated in the southern part of the country, the part that is closest to Mexico. Now, the MO for these bugs is to hide during the day in shady spots and then come out at night in order to feed on both humans as well as animals. And the reason that they're called kissing bugs is because they have this tendency to bite people near the eyes and mouth while that person sleeps, giving them, you could say, a little kiss. But it's not the type of kiss that you would ever want, because again, these things, they're literally parasites that transmit something called Chagas disease, which has actually now become so prevalent here in the US that the CDC recently came out with this study right here that you can see up on your screen, saying that for one, there are approximately 300,000 Americans infected with these parasites, and that secondly, Chagas disease is now considered endemic here in the US because of it. Let me read to you exactly how the infection occurs. Quote, kissing bugs, also known as cone nose or barber bugs, transmit the parasite Trypanosoma cruzi to humans, which causes Chagas disease. The bugs bite humans to access blood. After that, the bugs deposit their droppings containing the parasites into human skin. If the droppings get into the body via a cut or through the eyes or mouth, the individuals may end up getting infected. For instance, when a person scratches the bite, the parasites may enter the wound and into the bloodstream. The CDC warned that the illness can potentially lead to sudden death in some individuals. So that's obviously pretty rough. And once someone is infected with this disease, and if they hopefully don't experience sudden death and instead go through the natural cycle of the disease, the problem is that the symptoms are very similar to other illnesses. And so people might not even consider that they have Chagas, which is unfortunate because during the early stages, it can be treated relatively easily. In fact, the UCLA healthcare system, they recently published an article, you can see it up on your screen, detailing how the symptoms actually develop in 2 distinct phases. Here's what they wrote about phase number 1. Quote, many people with Chagas disease are asymptomatic throughout its acute and chronic phases. During the acute phase, which lasts about 2 months, some people experience severe swelling of the eyelid, which is almost a hallmark of acute Chagas infection. Other acute symptoms may include fever, fatigue, body aches, headache, loss of appetite, diarrhea, and vomiting. But because these symptoms are similar to those of other illnesses, most people don't immediately consider the source to be infection with T. cruzi parasite. And so that right there is the problem. During the acute phase, lasting the first 2 months, the symptoms are very similar to a bunch of other illnesses, and so most people, they wouldn't even consider the possibility of having been infected with this particular parasite. But it's only during the acute phase that anti-parasitic medications actually work. If the disease develops beyond that, into the chronic phase, medication can no longer really help. Quote, during the chronic phase of the disease, which can last a lifetime, about 20% of those infected will develop serious heart or digestive problems. Chagas disease can cause an enlarged heart, heart failure, or cardiac arrest, an enlarged colon, or an enlarged esophagus. Left untreated, Chagas disease kills the heart very slowly. For your reference, WHO estimates say that roughly 10,000 people per year die of Chagas disease. Now, this notice from the UCLA health system, it goes on to say that while many people are able to manage their condition with heart medications, there's a percentage of people in that chronic phase who wind up needing heart transplants, which is of course bad enough on its own, but to make matters worse, receiving a transplant can actually reactivate the disease. Quote, some patients can manage their condition with cardiac medication to treat heart failure, while others may need a heart transplant. Patients of Chagas disease as cause of end-stage heart failure generally do very well after heart transplantation, and they can live a full and high-functioning life after the transplant. Transplantation, however, can reactivate Chagas disease in those infected, so patients are monitored regularly to check for recurrence of the disease. If Chagas returns, these patients can be treated with anti-parasite medication. However, anti-parasite medications are only effective against Chagas during the acute phase or recurrence after a transplant.
Well, all right, I'd like to quickly introduce today's sponsor, which is Native Path. Look, what if I told you that most of the collagen products you see on the market, they're not only a waste of money, but also at the same time, they're filled with toxins that can cause skin problems, heart issues, even memory decline. Now, if you hear that, you say, okay, if that's the case, I'll just stop taking collagen. But collagen is really good for you. It's the most abundant protein in the body, but as we age, our natural supply of it just declines over time, which is why a lot of people wind up taking collagen in order to ease joint pain, rebuild bones, and just generally look years younger. But as I alluded to a moment ago, not all collagen is created equal, and if you take the wrong one, you're actually not only wasting money, but you're also possibly putting your health at risk. And so before you load up on the next tub on Amazon or at your local store, I highly recommend that you read this article. It's called The Top 5 Collagen Warnings Every American Needs to See. It's a quick read, and it can save you a lot in terms of your wallet as well as your health. Just head on over to getnativepath.com/Roman, where not only can you read that article, but if you're so inclined, you can actually load up on a special bundle of collagen from Native Path at a fraction of retail price, plus they'll have free shipping. That's only available, by the way, on that link. So head on over. It's getnativepath.com/Roman, GetNativePath.com/Roman. So check it out, read the article, load up on collagen if you would so like. And yeah, Native Path, thank you so much for sponsoring this episode. And now, back to the video. By the way, that link will be down there in the description box below.
So that's all to say, with the growing prevalence of these kissing bugs, especially in the southern part of the country, as well as with apparently Chagas disease becoming endemic, it's important to keep in the back of your mind that if you have the symptoms that were listed, consider getting a test before the condition moves from the acute phase into the chronic phase. And just for your reference, I'm going to list those conditions again. They are as follows. Swelling of the eyelid, which is a telltale sign. Mysterious bite marks around the face after waking up from sleep. Fever, fatigue, body aches, headache, loss of appetite, diarrhea, as well as vomiting. The last few are pretty common among many different illnesses, so I guess if you have a swelled eye or bite marks in the face, just keep Chagas disease in mind. As the UCLA article mentioned, the disease is on the rise, especially in the areas that border Mexico, and that many Americans who are infected actually don't know that they're infected by a huge margin. Here's what they wrote, quote, experts estimate about 45,000 people in Los Angeles County are infected, among more than 300,000 in the United States, and fewer than 2% of them know that they carry the parasite transmitted by the kissing bug. Which is why fewer than 2% know that they have the parasite, meaning if you reverse it, 98% of them don't know that they have it. If you'd like to dig deeper into the story, into the transmission history of the disease, the developing prevalence of these bugs in the US over the last 30 years, as well as what might actually be leading to their prevalence, I'll throw several resources down into the description box below this video, so you can check them out if you're the type of person that likes to dig into the weeds. And as an aside, I'll also mention a few things. One, I hope you like and subscribe to this, like this video and subscribe to this channel if you appreciate this content. Secondly, if you are just interested in getting an unbiased source of news, consider trying the Epic Times. That Labor Day sale is still running. The link will be down there in the description box below. Check it out. There's also 2 free gifts that they're offering with every subscription, so you can click on that link, check out what those gifts are before you actually
surgery? Da Vinci was my answer.
Right now, there's a parasite spreading across more than 30 states in America, and it can cause diarrhea so severe that doctors call it explosive. And here's the part that should really get your attention. Health officials just announced within the last few days exactly where it's coming from. It's tied to something millions of Americans eat every single week without a second thought. I spent hours digging through CDC reports, FDA, advisories, and interviews with infectious disease doctors to put this together. And by the end of this video, you're going to understand this outbreak better than most people who've only seen a headline about it. I'm going to tell you what this parasite actually is, why it can fool your doctor's standard tests, who is genuinely at risk, which treatment actually works, and which so-called natural cures are wasting your money. And I promise you this, the story of how humans first discovered parasites like this one starts in the 1600s with one very curious, very strange man in Holland. Stick around for that, because it's one of my favorite pieces of medical history. I'm Dr. Northvale, and if you're new here, this channel is about giving you real evidence-based health information without the fear-mongering and without the sales pitch. So let's get into what's actually happening. The parasite is called Cyclospora cayetanensis. It's a single-celled organism, and it's a distant relative of Cryptosporidium, the parasite that famously contaminated Milwaukee's water supply back in the 1990s and sickened over 400,000 people. Cyclospora causes an illness called cyclosporiasis, and as of this month, the CDC has confirmed over 1,600 domestically acquired cases across 34 states, with more than 5,000 additional cases still being reviewed. That's already several times higher than the same period last year. About 9% of confirmed patients have needed hospitalization. Thankfully, no deaths have been reported. And here's the update that just broke. On July 16th and 17th, the CDC and FDA announced that a cluster of cases across Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia has been linked to shredded iceberg lettuce, sourced from a supplier in central Mexico and served at Taco Bell locations. The supplier, Taylor Farms de Mexico, has pulled that lettuce from the market. That's a big deal because in most outbreaks like this, investigators spend weeks or months chasing a source and never fully nail it down. This time, they moved fast. But and this matters, officials have been clear that this lettuce recall only explains one cluster. It does not explain why cases are up across the entire country this year. So there's still a bigger mystery here, and I'll come back to that. Now, before you panic about your produce drawer, I want to give you a piece of genuinely reassuring news, because I think it gets lost in outbreak coverage like this. When someone is infected with Cyclospora, the parasite that comes out in their stool isn't contagious yet. It has to sit outside the body in soil, water, or on produce for about 1 to 2 weeks before it becomes capable of infecting another person. That means this illness essentially cannot spread from person to person. If you're taking care of someone who has it, you are not going to catch it from being in the same house, hugging them, or even helping them in the bathroom. Compare that to norovirus, which tears through households and nursing homes in days. Cyclospora just doesn't work that way, and that one fact alone should lower a lot of anxiety if someone in your family gets sick. So how did we even figure out that microscopic parasites like this exist in the first place? Back in the 1670s, a Dutch fabric merchant named Antony van Leeuwenhoek, not a trained scientist, just an obsessively curious tradesman, started grinding his own glass lenses so precisely that he could see things no human eye had ever seen. He looked at pond water and discovered tiny swimming organisms. He called them animalcules, and today he's known as the father of microbiology. But here's the detail that gets left out of most textbooks. In 1681, Van Leeuwenhoek came down with a bad case of diarrhea, and instead of just waiting it out, he examined his own stool under his lens and described a small organism swimming around with what he called little paws. Historians now believe he had just become the first person in history to observe a human parasite, likely Giardia. The entire field of parasitology, the science protecting your family from this exact outbreak, arguably started because one man got curious about his own diarrhea. Cyclospora itself is a much more recent discovery. It wasn't formally identified in humans until 1979, and it wasn't even given its full scientific name until the 1990s, after a wave of outbreaks tied to imported produce forced researchers to take it seriously. So let's talk about how you'd actually recognize this if it hit you or someone in your family, because it does not behave like typical food poisoning. Ordinary bacterial food poisoning usually hits within hours and burns out within a day or two. Cyclospora is slower and frankly more annoying. Symptoms often don't start until about a week after exposure. And the hallmark signs are watery, sometimes explosive diarrhea, loss of appetite, real weight loss, cramping, bloating, gas, nausea, and deep fatigue. Fever is usually mild or absent. And here's the tell that doctors say separates this from a normal stomach bug. It can drag on for weeks, and it often follows a relapsing pattern. You feel better, you think you've beaten it, and then it comes roaring back. If that happens to you, that's a signal to get tested specifically for this parasite, not just treated for a generic stomach bug. Now, who is actually at risk of serious complications here? Young children, people with weakened immune systems, cancer patients, and the group I focus on most, older adults. Infectious disease physicians have pointed out that the real danger isn't the parasite directly, it's the dehydration from days or weeks of watery diarrhea. In an older adult or anyone managing a chronic condition, that fluid loss can spiral quickly into electrolyte imbalances, kidney injury, dizziness, and falls. And falls in elderly patients are not a small thing. A fall can mean a broken hip, a hospital stay, and a permanent loss of independence. That's why the hospitalization rate in this outbreak, running around 9 to 10%, is worth taking seriously, even though almost everyone eventually recovers. So when should you actually call a doctor? Watery diarrhea lasting more than a couple of days, diarrhea that goes away and then comes back, or any signs of dehydration, dizziness, dry mouth, dark or minimal urine, confusion, a racing heart, or an inability to keep fluids down. In a frail or elderly person, don't wait it out. Call. Now here's a part I find genuinely important, because it can change how fast you get better. The moment a story like this hits the news, the internet fills up with natural parasite cleanse products, wormwood, black walnut, oregano oil, garlic, berberine, papaya seeds, clove. So let me be straight with you and grade these honestly the way I'd want someone to tell my own family. As of today, there is no published human study showing that any of these herbal remedies treat cyclospora infection in people. None. The CDC's treatment guidance does not list a single one of them, not even as an experimental backup option. Now, some of these compounds do have real science behind them, just not for this. Berberine showed activity against Giardia in a study from the 1970s, but Giardia is a completely different parasite.
My role is to try to design.
Artemisinin, derived from sweet wormwood, is a genuine Nobel Prize winning discovery. 2UU won the Nobel Prize in 2015 for isolating it, and it remains the backbone of modern malaria treatment. But that's for malaria, caused by an entirely different organism using a purified pharmaceutical extract, not tea. A few of these compounds have shown some activity against a parasite called Eimeria, which infects poultry and is Cyclospora's closest laboratory relative. So there's a plausible scientific thread here, but it's been tested in test tubes, cell cultures, and livestock not in sick humans. Great. Interesting. Worth researching, not proven, and not something to bet your health on. And here's why this actually matters for safety, not just accuracy. If a frail 80-year-old skips the proven antibiotic and spends 3 weeks drinking bitter herbal tinctures while the diarrhea continues, they're not choosing something neutral. They're increasing their real risk of dehydration, kidney injury, and a fall. Hydration itself, fluids and electrolytes. That part of the folk wisdom is correct and genuinely helps. But a cleanse is not a substitute for treatment that works. So what does actually work? The standard treatment is an antibiotic combination called trimethoprim sulfamethoxazole, sold under brand names like Bactrim or Septra. The typical adult course is 1 double-strength tablet twice a day for 7 to 10 days. It's been the standard of care for about 3 decades. It's inexpensive. It's available at any pharmacy. And most people with a healthy immune system start feeling significantly better within a few days. 2 honest caveats. If you're allergic to sulfa drugs, the CDC is upfront that there's no equally effective alternative. Ciprofloxacin is a reasonable second option, but less consistently effective. And nitazoxanide is sometimes used, but the evidence for it is thinner. And second, don't reach for over-the-counter anti-diarrheal medication without checking with a doctor first, because in some parasitic infections, it can actually trap the organism inside you and prolong the illness. Here's the piece that could genuinely change an outcome for someone you love. Cyclospora is notorious for slipping past routine stool tests. A lot of standard lab panels don't even screen for it by default, and because the parasite sheds intermittently, a single stool sample can come back negative even when someone is actually infected. So if you or a family member has suspicious symptoms during this outbreak, here's the exact sentence to say to your doctor. Given the current Cyclospora outbreak, can we specifically test for Cyclospora using a modified acid-fast stain or a stool PCR panel that includes it? That one sentence tells your doctor to order the right test instead of the default one, and it can save days of unnecessary suffering. Now let's talk prevention, because I have to correct a comfortable myth here. A lot of people assume I'll just wash my produce really well solves this. It doesn't, not reliably. Cyclospora clings tightly to produced surfaces, especially in the little crevices of bumpy fruit like raspberries, and standard washing, along with regular chlorine-based sanitizers, does not reliably remove or kill it. This isn't new. Back in 1996, North America's largest cyclosporiasis outbreak on record was first blamed on California's strawberries before investigators eventually traced it to imported Guatemalan raspberries. The FDA ended up banning fresh raspberry imports from Guatemala in 1998. That's the outbreak that taught researchers just how stubborn this parasite really is. So what actually helps? Cooking. Heat kills Cyclospora, so leafy greens and herbs are safest when cooked rather than raw. During an active outbreak, favor whole heads of lettuce over pre-washed bagged salad mixes and discard the outer few leaves. Still wash your produce under running water. It helps somewhat, just don't rely on it alone. Sanitize cutting boards and counters, and wash your hands before and after handling produce. And if you're traveling to places where this parasite is more common, parts of Latin America, South Asia, countries like Guatemala, Peru, Mexico, or Nepal, avoid untreated water and raw produce. And remember that chlorine treatment of water doesn't reliably kill this parasite either. Stick to bottled or filtered water. Now the question.
If you have polycythemia vera, or PV, it may impact your moments. While you may blame the way you feel on getting older, it could mean your PV is getting worse. It's time to help take control of your PV. For adults with PV who have already taken medicine called hydroxyurea and did not work well enough and they could not tolerate, Jakafi kept the volume of red blood cells under control and reduced spleen size. Jakafi can cause low blood cell counts. Tell your doctor right away if you develop bleeding, bruising, tiredness, shortness of breath, or fever, or if any of them get worse. And before taking Jakafi, if you have an infection, have or had TB or hepatitis B, or have a blood clot.
There is a plant that grew in the courtyard of every major hospital in Europe, Russia, the Ottoman territories, and the Americas for at least 300 years. It appeared in surgical recovery wards, in the gardens of institutions that treated the poor, in the private greenhouses of physicians who refused to rely on what the apothecary sold. Its presence was so consistent, so expected, that hospital architects in the 17th and 18th centuries designed raised garden beds into their building plans specifically to accommodate it. The botanical manuals of the era called it indispensable. The physicians who documented its use did not do so speculatively. They recorded outcomes. They recorded recoveries that contradicted what their training said should happen. They recorded the disappearance of infections that the standard pharmacopoeia had no answer for. By 1912, it was gone. Not gone in the wild, not gone from kitchen gardens or rural tradition, gone from institutional medicine, removed from hospital formularies with a specificity that matched the speed of a coordinated decision. The Flexner Report, funded by the Carnegie Institution and shaped by Rockefeller philanthropic interest, restructured American medical education in a single sweep. Programs that did not conform to the new pharmaceutical model lost accreditation. Schools that trained students in botanical therapeutics closed. Hospitals that maintained botanical gardens as part of their treatment protocols were reclassified as substandard. The plant at the center of this story is not obscure. You likely have it in your kitchen. You have probably used it without knowing what the physicians of the old world were actually doing with it. What you do not know, and what the institutional record was carefully restructured to prevent you from learning, is the scale at which it was used, the mechanisms its practitioners documented, and the evidence that suggests its removal from medicine was not a scientific advancement, it was an economic one. Before we go further, if you are new here, this channel covers the gaps in the historical record. Not conspiracy, evidence, documents, architectural anomalies, institutional decisions that do not match the explanations given for them. If that is the kind of history that interests you, this is where you want to be. The plant is yarrow, Achillea millefolium. Named in the oldest written record for a plant used in wound treatment, the Iliad, where Achilles is described using it on the wounds of his soldiers. That is not myth, dressed as botany. That is a text that is at minimum 2,600 years old, recording a medical practice that was already old when the text was written. Dioscorides, the Greek physician whose work formed the foundation of European medicine for over 1,000 years, devoted more space to yarrow than to almost any other plant in his pharmacopoeia. He was not describing folklore, he was describing a clinical practice with documented outcomes. The Old World Hospital Garden record is extensive if you know where to look for it. The problem is that the reorganization of medical knowledge in the early 20th century was thorough enough that the secondary literature, the textbooks, the medical histories written after 1920, largely do not reference it. You have to go back to primary sources, monastic records, hospital founding charters, the accounts of physicians who trained before the restructuring and who wrote, sometimes bitterly, about what was being discarded. The monastery hospital model, which dominated institutional medicine in Europe from roughly the 6th century through the early modern period, was built around a garden. This was not incidental. The rule of St. Benedict included provisions for the care of the sick, and the practical implementation of that care involved a physic garden that was as regulated as the apothecary. The Capitulare de Villis, an administrative document from the Carolingian period, contains a list of plants that were mandated to be grown on royal estates. Yarrow appears on that list, not as a culinary herb, as a medical plant. The Plan of St. Gall, a 9th century architectural document describing the ideal monastery layout, includes a specific medicinal garden section adjacent to the infirmary. The plant list associated with that plan includes yarrow. What is significant about the St. Gall plan is not just that yarrow appears on it. It is that the plan was copied and distributed as a template for institutional building across the Carolingian territories. The presence of yarrow in a hospital garden was not an individual physician's preference. It was an institutional standard embedded in architecture. This pattern continued. Hospital founding charters from the 12th through 17th centuries in England, France, the German states, and the Iberian Peninsula consistently include garden provision requirements. The medical guilds that oversaw hospital standards enforced botanical knowledge as a condition of practice. Physicians were examined on their botanical knowledge. Apothecaries were licensed in part based on their ability to correctly identify and prepare plant medicines. Yarrow and its preparations appear in these examination records with a frequency that tells you it was not peripheral knowledge. What were they actually doing with it? This is where the record gets specific in ways that the standard history of medicine does not want to engage with. The most extensively documented use was wound treatment. Yarrow's common names in English alone tell you something. Nosebleed plant, soldier's woundwort, staunch weed, knight's milfoil, herbe militaire in French. These are not poetic names. They are functional names given by people who use the plant constantly for a specific purpose and named it based on what it did. I have to pause here for a second, because what I just described, that is one case from a much larger pattern. There are 35 documented cases in a document I put together. Different cities, different decades, different types of evidence. Every single one follows the same sequence: discovered, documented, acquired, disappeared. I could not fit all of it into a video. It's in the pinned comment below. Find it before we continue. The hemostatic action of yarrow, its ability to stop bleeding, was documented so consistently across so many independent medical traditions that dismissing it as folk belief requires ignoring an extraordinary volume of evidence. But the physicians of the old world were not only using it for bleeding. The fever records are what should interest you most. Fever management was the central challenge of institutional medicine before the 20th century. Hospitals that could not manage fever lost patients. The methods that worked, the ones that reduced mortality, were the ones that survived in practice, regardless of whether they fit the theoretical framework of the day. Yarrow preparations appear in fever treatment records from the earliest hospital documents through the 19th century with a consistency that cannot be explained by tradition alone. Physicians documented the progression. They documented temperature reduction. They documented the diaphoretic effect, the induction of productive sweating. And they documented that patients treated with yarrow preparations during fever crises had measurably better outcomes than those treated with the standard alternatives. The standard alternative for fever in the era, just before yarrow's removal from institutional medicine, was quinine for malarial fever and various mercury preparations for other conditions. Mercury. The physicians who were being told to abandon yarrow were being asked to replace it with a substance we now classify as a neurotoxin. The mercury compound calomel was a standard treatment in American medicine through the Civil War era. Physicians who objected to it, who documented the damage it caused, were marginalized within the profession long before the Flexner reorganization made that marginalization official. This context matters because the narrative given for the removal of botanical medicine from institutional practice is scientific advancement. The story told is one of progress, of evidence-based medicine replacing superstition and folk tradition. But if you look at the specific substances that botanical medicine was replaced with, the story of progress becomes harder to tell with a straight face. You are replacing a plant with a 400-year clinical record with mercury compounds and early synthetic drugs that had no comparable evidence base. You are calling that an upgrade. The Tartaria research context adds a layer to this that the standard historical critique of the Flexner reforms does not reach. And it is a layer that only becomes visible when you stop treating the Flexner disruption as a medical story and start treating it as an infrastructural one. If you have spent time with the Tartarian infrastructure evidence, you are familiar with the argument that the technological and institutional complexity of the pre-Reset civilization was substantially greater than the timeline we are given. The hospital garden record fits that argument in a specific way. What you find when you trace the old world hospital botanical knowledge in depth is not the primitive empiricism that post-Flexner medical history describes. You find a systematized, cross-referenced, institutionally maintained body of knowledge that reflects generations of careful observation and documentation. The Yarrow record, in particular, shows something that should not be possible under the standard timeline of botanical medicine. The preparations used in major European hospitals by the 16th and 17th centuries reflect a sophistication of phytochemical understanding, a knowledge of extraction methods, concentration ratios, and combination protocols that presupposes a much longer period of institutional development than the timeline allows for. You do not arrive at distillation protocols that differentiate between the flavonoid fractions and the volatile oil components of a plant through casual folk experimentation. That level of specificity requires institutional continuity, written transmission, and a research tradition. The monastic garden records that survive from the 10th through 14th centuries describe preparation methods that are chemically specific enough to suggest that the monks recording them were working from older written sources that have not survived. The language used in these records sometimes references prior authorities without naming them. The authority being cited is not Dioscorides, whose work is named explicitly when it is being drawn on. It is something earlier, something the scribes treat as...
Excuse me.
What makes Blue Bunny tracks so delicious?
Wow, the soap.
Expertise.
I know I found shampoo one time. Let me see the soap.
Across America since 1935. Proudly established in Lamar's, Iowa. Blue Bunny.
New Aveeno Baby Healthy Start. Safe for day one.
There is a weed growing in ditches and along roadsides across 49 states. If you crush its leaves in water, it foams. Real foam. The kind you see in a bottle of dish soap. It lathers on skin. It cleans fabric. It has done this for over 2,000 years. The global soap industry generates more than $50 billion a year selling you what this plant does for free. And at the end of this video, you will know how to make your own soap from a single weed that never stops growing back. Hi, I am Harry, and you are watching Garden Explained with Harry. Walk into any museum conservation lab in Europe. Watch the specialists working on medieval tapestries and ancient silk garments. They are not using commercial detergent. They are not using the same soap you buy at the grocery store. They are using a plant. A root boiled in water. The foam it produces is gentle enough to clean fabrics that are 500 years old without damaging a single fiber. Curators at some of the most respected institutions in the world trust this plant more than they trust any product on a store shelf. Now, go back further, 2,000 years further. In ancient Rome, around 70 AD, a Greek physician named Dioscorides compiled one of the most important medical texts in human history. He called it De Materia Medica. In its pages, he documented a plant used for washing wool and cleaning skin. The same plant, the same foam, the same function. 20 centuries ago, physicians already understood what it could do. In medieval England, there was an entire profession built around cleaning wool. These workers were called fullers. Their job was to wash, thicken, and finish raw wool before it could be made into clothing. The plant they depended on became known as fuller's herb. The surname Fuller exists today because of this trade. Millions of people carry a last name that traces directly back to a wild plant that made soap. Monasteries across Europe grew it in dedicated garden beds alongside rosemary and chamomile and lavender. It was not decorative, it was essential. Monks used it to clean their robes, wash their skin, and treat respiratory ailments. Every monastery garden had a section for healing plants and a section for cleaning plants. This one served both purposes at the same time. When English colonists crossed the Atlantic in the 1600s, they packed it on their ships, not as a curiosity, as a survival tool. Animal fat was precious in the New World. Rendering fat into soap required time, fuel, and and resources that early settlements could not always spare. But this plant required nothing. No fat, no lye, no rendering, just roots and water. They planted it near their homes. It spread, it naturalized, it never left. Today, it grows wild in every state in the continental United States. It grows across Europe. It grows across parts of Asia. It lines highways and railroad tracks and abandoned lots and the edges of suburban lawns. Most people who see it assume it is just another roadside weed with pink flowers. They mow over it, they spray it, they pull it out and throw it away.
Oh, don't throw that away.
For centuries, this was how much of the world cleaned itself. Then something changed. The first shift came during World War I. Animal fats and plant oils were suddenly diverted to military production. Glycerin, a byproduct of soap making, was essential for manufacturing explosives. Governments rationed fats. Civilians had less and less to make soap with. The shortage created a gap. And the chemical industry filled it. German chemists developed the first synthetic detergents from petroleum byproducts. They were not better than plant-based alternatives. They were available. That was enough. World War II repeated the pattern on a larger scale. Fat rationing expanded. Synthetic production scaled up. Factories that had been making chemicals for wartime found peacetime markets in household cleaning products. In 1946, Procter & Gamble launched Tide, the first heavy-duty synthetic laundry detergent. It was marketed as modern, scientific, a leap forward from what your grandmother used. Television ads showed gleaming white shirts and smiling housewives. The message was clear. The old ways were primitive. The new ways were progress. By the 1950s, petroleum-derived surfactants dominated every shelf in every store in every American town. The plant that had foamed for free for 2,000 years was not banned. Nobody passed a law against it. It was simply made invisible, replaced by marketing budgets and factory scale, and the relentless repetition of brand names on television screens. The plant is called soapwort. Its botanical name is Saponaria officinalis. Some people call it bouncing bet. Others still call it fuller's herb. The name Saponaria comes directly from the Latin word sapo, soap. Botanists named this plant after the product it creates because the connection was so obvious that no other name made sense. Today, the global soap and detergent market exceeds $52 billion. Two corporations, Unilever and Procter & Gamble, control roughly a third of it. Every bottle of shampoo, every bar of soap, every jug of laundry detergent on the shelf depends on one of two things: petroleum feedstocks or palm oil plantations. Both come with supply chains that stretch across oceans. Both require extraction, refining, processing, packaging, shipping, and marketing. Both generate repeat purchases every 2 to 4.
When I say one new small plastic frosty, you say it's only $1 right now because summer should be fun and not cost a fortune. And wow, it is hot out. I can really use a frosty. Where's my dollar frosty? I need my dollar frosty right now. Wendy's small plastic frosty, now just $1.
Enjoy your car.
You too, thanks, Mom.
Feels so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get ready with me. Owen Wilson. I got some decisions to make.
I like
Do you
it.
love a cowboy hat? I also love California naturals.
My moderate to severe Crohn's symptoms kept me out of the picture. Skyrizi helps people feel significant symptoms.
Weeks for the rest of your life. Now consider what soapwort actually does at the molecular level. The roots and leaves contain compounds called saponins. A saponin molecule has two ends. One end attracts water, the other end attracts oil and grease. When you agitate the plant material in water, these molecules reduce the surface tension of the liquid and trap oils inside tiny bubbles of foam. This is not folk magic. This is the exact same mechanism behind every commercial surfactant ever manufactured. The same chemistry, the same physics, the same result, except the plant makes it for free in a ditch. The roots contain up to 10% to 20% saponins by dry weight depending on the season. This natural concentration provides an incredibly efficient, mild cleansing profile that museum conservators rely on for delicate historical preservation. Fabrics that would be destroyed by sodium lauryl sulfate are safely cleaned with a plant that grows along railroad tracks. Sodium lauryl sulfate, that is the synthetic surfactant in most of the soaps and shampoos you have used your entire life. SLS. It is derived from petroleum or palm kernel oil. It is cheap to manufacture and it foams aggressively. That is why every corporation uses it. Research in dermatological literature has consistently documented that SLS irritates skin at concentrations above 2%. Most commercial shampoos contain between 10 and 25%. Dry scalp, contact dermatitis, disrupted skin barrier. These are not rare side effects. These are predictable outcomes of washing your body with an industrial surfactant every single day. Soapwort contains no SLS, no petroleum derivatives, no palm oil, no synthetic fragrance, no microplastics. The foam it produces biodegrades within hours. It does not accumulate in waterways. It does not strip the natural oils from your skin. It does not require a warning label. Traditional European folk medicine used topical soapwort washes to soothe irritated skin. Herbalists across England and France prescribed it for dry, irritated skin for hundreds of years. While ancient herbalists occasionally brewed it as an expectorant, modern toxicology warns against ingesting raw soapwort tea, as high concentrations of saponins are severe gastrointestinal irritants. Modern laboratory analysis has confirmed that saponin compounds demonstrate antimicrobial activity against certain bacteria and fungi. The old herbalists were not guessing. They were observing results and repeating what worked. But here is the part that explains why you have never heard of this plant. A weed that self-propagates through underground rhizomes cannot generate repeat seed sales. You plant it once. It comes back every spring. It spreads on its own. It expands its territory year after year without any input from you. No corporation benefits from that transaction. A surfactant that requires no factory cannot generate processing revenue. There is no extraction step to patent, no purification technology to license, no encapsulation method to protect. A person with a pot of water and a handful of roots can produce soap in their own kitchen. No quarterly earnings improve when that happens. A cleaning agent that grows in a roadside ditch cannot be branded, packaged, or placed on a shelf with a barcode. It cannot be advertised during commercial breaks. It cannot sponsor a television show. It cannot fund a marketing campaign that teaches 3 generations of consumers to reach for a plastic bottle instead of walking outside. The $52 billion soap industry depends on you buying the same product every few weeks for the rest of your life. Soapwort breaks that cycle permanently. One planting, one season of establishment, then soap for decades. Your children inherit the patch. Their children inherit it after them. The plant does not stop. The economics of forgetting are simple. Companies fund what they can sell. Researchers study what companies fund. Consumers buy what appears on shelves. A plant that threatens the entire supply chain at every single link simply never appears. It is not suppressed. It is ignored. And in a market economy, being ignored is just as effective as being banned. But the plant does not care about revenue models. You can grow soapwort yourself. It thrives in USD, A hardiness zones 3 through 9. That covers most of the continental United States and most of Europe. It tolerates poor soil. It tolerates clay. It tolerates drought once its roots are established. It tolerates partial shade, though it prefers full sun. It grows 1 to 2 feet tall with clusters of pink or white flowers from midsummer through early fall. Start with seeds or root divisions. Root divisions establish faster. Plant in spring after the last frost. Space them about 12 inches apart. Water during the first season while the roots settle in. After that first year, stop worrying about it. The plant adapts to local rainfall. It does not need fertilizer. It does not need pesticides. It does not need you. One warning, it spreads. The underground rhizomes push outward season after season. A single planting becomes a colony. Some states and regions classify it as invasive for exactly this reason. If you want to contain it, plant it in a raised bed or a bordered area. If you do not care about containing it, simply let it go. Within 3 years, you will have more soapwort than you could ever use. To make soap, harvest the roots in autumn when saponin concentration is at its peak. Dig up a portion of the root mass. Chop it into small pieces. Simmer the pieces in water for about 30 minutes. Strain the liquid. What remains is soap. It lathers. It cleans. It works on skin and hair and dishes and delicate fabrics. Use it the same day or store it in the refrigerator for up to a week. The leaves work too. Less concentrated than the roots, but still functional. Crush a handful of fresh leaves in a bowl of water. Agitate with your hands. Foam appears. Use it immediately for washing hands or light cleaning. No boiling required. No preparation. Just a leaf and water. Dried root stores for years if kept in a cool, dry place. When you need soap, boil a handful. One autumn harvest provides enough root material for months of use. A permanent planting provides soap for the rest of your life and every life that follows yours. This is what 2,000 years of reliability looks like. Not a product cycle, not a subscription, not a plastic bottle shipped from a factory on another continent. A plant that returns every spring without permission. A plant that foams when you crush it and cleans when you use it and spreads while you sleep. The Romans knew. The medieval fullers knew. The monastery monks knew. The colonial settlers knew. 500 million people across history washed their clothes and their skin and their wool with this exact plant. And then a war took the fat away. And a corporation filled the gap. And 3 generations grew up reaching for a bottle instead of reaching for the ground. The soapwort does not know any of that. It just grows. It pushes its rhizomes through another inch of soil. It opens another cluster of pink flowers. It fills its roots with saponins and waits for water. It has been
All right, y'all. Thank y'all for listening. I appreciate it. Hope I helped some type of way. And a lot of you to do your own research. All right, love y'all. Good morning.